I'm going to call our meeting to order. This is our
Studio, we ready to go
studio.
live?
Sorry, thank you. Are we ready now? We're ready now. So I want to call the council meeting to order. This is our May 13th meeting, and we're going to begin with introductions. We'll start with our city attorney.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Good evening. Wow, it's a sparse crowd tonight. Victoria Watlington at large.
Ed
Good evening,
Driggs.
Luana Mayfield, Councilmember at Large.
Cut you off. Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
By Lyles, Mayor.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Dimple Ashmera at large.
Ariel Smith, Lead City Clerk.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Derek McCarty, District 6.
Thank you. So we have a consent agenda, items number 29 through 59, and I wondered if there was anyone that would like to have a comment before we go. Is there a comment that anyone would like to have on any of the items? Ms. Mayfield, what would be your comment items?
That's a very good question, because I did not pull it up, Ms.
Yes, ma'am. And if it's the
Fantastic.
ones you were referring to before the meeting, it's number 34 and 46.
34 and 46. Okay, we'll
Correct.
come back to that. And then, is there any consent item that anyone would like to have a separate vote? All right, I don't see anyone with a...
34 would be is the consent item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, not 46? I thought...
Yeah, those, basically comment and separate vote,
I have 34,
and 46.
46. Do you want 44 too?
Oh, no, ma'am, just
Okay,
30.
that's...
I just, and my apologies, I was clarifying because you asked for separate vote, so I wanted those for comment and separate vote.
Okay, comment
Thank you.
and separate vote. Thank you very much. All right, so do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 29 through 59 with the exception of 34 and 46?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone in opposition? All right, that passes. So the next item would be item 34, which is unspecified demolition and environmental services. But I believe that we have some comment from the budget office. Ms. Marie has done some work on it, so I'll turn it over to Marie.
Thank you. And as Ms. Mayfield requested, and I believe it's a general comment for both of them, just how do we specify when we have multiple vendors listed for an action? Is there any written process for how we determine which vendors to use or to ensure that all the vendors get used? And for the specifics on 34, which is demolition, housing provided the information that there was 9 awards last year, and what happens with those is they get a notification to bid on the jobs when one comes available.
All right, any further comment or question regarding items 34 and 46? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Marie, for the clarification. The reason I asked this question is over the weekend at a economic development, or mid last week, economic development community event, I ran into 2 different vendors that have been previously approved through one of our general services and/or identified for our opportunity for contracts, and they've been registered with the city since 2018, but have yet to receive an actual contract. So I wanted to find out what process, and this is actually the same question for 46, what is the process that we actually have in place? And if not, Manager, can we create a process that actually, when we as a council approve these, I did not know until Ms. Harris submitted this, that even though we identify these 4 organizations in A, and we have the CBI goals identified, I didn't know that there was an additional step that these same companies have to turn around and reapply again, and then we go with lowest responsive bidder. So when we're approving, say example, these 4, my assumption would have been that out of those 4, the expectation is at some point, all of them would have had the opportunity to actually do the work and actually receive contractual funds, as well as those that are in our CBI program, at some point during the life of this particular approval, they are utilized versus knowing that some have gone through the process, they're registered with the city, they were listed, but they've never actually been contacted. So I wanted to find out if we don't have an actual process in place moving forward, manager, if your team can actually create a process so that we have an equitable process.
All right, I think the staff has a comment. Do you have a comment, Ms.
Yes, ma'am,
Harris?
just to add a little flavor. So specific to the demolition ones, they bid them out. It depends on what it is. Like the one you had a question about, 46, they do actually rotate vendors. But to Ms. Mayfield's point, there's nothing in writing that requires that. But that is the current process that they use. They do rotate vendors, but for the demolition, they bid it out.
I think Ms. Mayfield has a good point, that we can have a policy in writing. I'd also think that we ought to collect the data, how many times that we call, and perhaps they already had work and they didn't have the ability to do both projects at the same time. So I think keeping a record around that would be very helpful. So it's like they were contacted.
That comment, even when you look at the response for 34, and we look at the dollar amounts that are in here, there's a considerable difference as far as the contractual ability that they were able to tap into. And we have, again, some cases where it's not that the vendor wasn't able to perform the work. That vendor name was submitted and utilized, the contract was awarded, but then that vendor was never contacted again.
That's what I'm saying. I would like to know
We're
a
looking
record.
at both, as
Record.
you were saying, those that might not have had the capacity while we're growing capacity, but also who hasn't been contacted.
Right.
So that we can make sure that we're creating an opportunity. If we have 1,600 vendors in our system, knowing that 1,480 of them are actually being utilized will be a great win for the city.
I know, I do this and think about this because my brothers do this business and this kind of work. And so a lot of times, it just depends on where they're situated and what they're able to accomplish and do. So I think that we need to keep records, because we have to prove that we're doing the work that needs to be able to have good data for it. So thank you very much, Ms. Mayfield and Ms. Harris. Mr. Jones, do you have any further comment?
No, I agree. Those are some of the things that we need to track so that we can report back to council. Absolutely.
And excuse me, but if any council members ever hear that, it'd be great to know the details too. I mean, that's a addition to what you're mentioning. You know, if you
All
hear
right.
that, let us know and we can look into the specific cases. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, it was the same for number 34 and 46. 46 was just asking pretty much the same question in a different way. How do we ensure all the consultants listed for contracts actually get the work from the city? And is there a rotation to ensure that all that are listed are actually utilized? So those two can be the combined question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So is there any comment, any further comment on the consent agenda? If not, I'm going to turn it over to the manager for the next item.
So we got to move it. So
Oh, that's
for
right, we have a motion.
Item 34.
We have a motion
Move to approve
and a
action
second.
A and B.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Okay. Now, thank you
And-
very much.
I also got to do it for 46.
I did them a joint motion, 34 and 46, together.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you, Madam.
All right. So the next item is for the manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Tonight, we have two items in the action review. One is the Center City MSD update, and we have Michael Smith with us tonight. And then tonight, we also have an opportunity for the committee report outs, because the committees occurred last Monday, but we didn't have the report out. So we believe we've given enough time for both Michael as well as an opportunity for a committee report out. So Mayor, unless there are any questions of me, Michael, it's your show.
Madam Mayor, council, pleasure to be back with you. Thank you for the opportunity. So I thought what we would do is we'd take a quick look at the work of FY '24, some highlights, and then a flash into next year. And, but beginning with who we are. So this is our team. We're organized as a C4, and we activate strategies and actions that ensure that our center city is welcoming and equitable, economically vibrant, culturally rich, and beloved place for all. We lead with research and urban planning, economic and community development, marketing, communications, programming, and events. We also manage the ambassador program of deployed uniformed ambassadors that work as first responders to the homeless, but also as a force multiplier for CMPD. We also have two related entities that are 501c3s that we do a lot of our work with the city with. The Market at 7th Street and also the Community Trust. And you know, through the Community Trust, we run programs like the Innovation Fund, which we did in partnership both privately and with the city as a partner. And then through the Market, it's programs like Hive, which was a small business incubator, which had incredible participation of minority-owned small businesses. 19 diverse businesses were in the first cohort. We'll begin the second in the fall. But why don't I dive in a little bit into a little bit of our work. So we're a mission-based organization. This is our credo. This is what we believe as an organization, acting with integrity, a commitment to justice and equity, and approaching all we do with passion, innovation, tenacity, and excellence. Where we serve, these are the 4 MSD districts. There are 3 within Uptown and then South End, and also includes Midtown. We are governed through a board of directors. Not moving. Really a great group, and we're grateful to have Councilman Malcolm Graham, Tracy Dotson, Marcus Jones, just as a few that serve on the board and help lead our organization. As far as the way that we guide our work, we have a number of ways that we receive input from our partners and from our neighborhoods, from hosting listening sessions around homelessness and public safety, which we did in partnership with the City of Charlotte, to the community development part of our team that attends all of our Center City and South End Neighborhood Association meetings, and then from the board. We bring that to the board in the form of a program of work, and we're pleased to be able to have that governance. As you're aware, these have been really hard times for downtowns throughout North America, real headwinds, from stress testing of the pandemic lockdowns to altered workplace rhythms, development costs. And so we're at this period where things are being stress tested, and we are going to need to come together with shared vision and collective action to either take a step ahead of our competitive set or run the risk of falling behind. And when you look, though, to what's occurred during this last development cycle, I love this image. Since 2010, what's in blue has been developed in Uptown and South End. Really thoughtful, good development. And if you look at the way that pattern occurs, it is in response to public investment and public policy, because it stimulates and it shapes private investment and it expands the tax base. If you look at every other color that's on there, those are things that are either announced, under construction, or planned. This continues to be an important part of our local economy, and but we're at an interesting point because, while we can share that, it's going through a real period of transition. And our Center City is maturing as a destination. And we've got great data on the way people are using our center city, this has always been an aspiration of ours. The greatest places are complete places. They're not just one thing. And this allows our center city to be used by more of our residents. There were 320 days of sporting events in 2023. And if you look at the diversity of other uses, from Bank of America Stadium to the Spectrum Center to Truist Field, you add in our cultural venues, music venues, and then things like Charlotte Shout and Loving Life that was just here, you're starting to see the way our center city is evolving. And this lists the 10 most vibrant days in Uptown, and you see how many of them were connected to our stadiums and our arenas and the way they're beginning to use differently. We also, as we look kind of beyond the current waves, there are some things that we're particularly encouraged by. Things like the Gateway Station, the New Maine Public Library, the momentum of South End, and then there's 10 mega sites that have been assembled and this is the context for the vibrancy of the coming decades, you know, from the 55 acres of the Iron District to what's going on in the Pearl, to what's going on around Gateway and North Tryon. And the North Tryon Tech Hub is one that I shared with you last year. We made really good progress this year. There'll be some announcements coming out from UNC Charlotte about the way they'll be using their downtown campus in a really evolved way that are very consistent with what we hope the North Tryon Tech Hub can become, which is this intersection of academics, entrepreneurship, and corporate innovation. We think those three coming together in this great assemblage by Levine Properties, the land that's owned by Mecklenburg County, that it's an opportunity to create a flywheel for jobs and for ideas. So, but these results can't be taken for granted. As we think about it, we think we owe the next generation the momentum that has been earned for us by, and we've got to double down on a winning strategy that includes things like public safety. Thank you for the leadership that you guys provide. CMPD just can't be a better partner. We're grateful to Chief Jennings, to DA Merriweather. Enhanced public infrastructure, compelling experiences, bold investments, and rapid transit. Thank you for everything that you're considering. What we have enjoyed is a reflection of the leadership that's come from this dais. Bold investment, enhancing perception, and driving economic vitality. We think these are some of the things that are going to make a difference. Taking a quick look at our program of work, we lead with research and analysis. We are grateful for the partnership that we enjoy with your team in economic development led by Tracy. Tracy, thank you for the partnership. Kind of moving ahead through planning and development. This is everything we do tries to be based on the input that we get for long-term planning cycles. We're operating under the 2040 master plan for our center city, which we co-developed with the city and which you guys adopted. We continue to see great progress on elements that are in that plan. We're proud of the work that was recommended in a Home for All strategy, and thank you for considering the continued partnership as you do through your planning process. We're working with the city on the reimagining of Tryon Street. From a mobility standpoint, we've got an incredible partnership there, working closely with CATS and economic development on things like Gateway Station, the CTC, and then with engineering on the Rail Trail Bridge, which we hope to make some progress on this summer in selecting partners. In community development, great urban centers are expressed through their neighborhoods, and we're fortunate to have incredible center city neighborhoods, not just within Uptown, but those first couple of rings of urbanity. Our community development team is working closely with them. Our ambassadors are working closely as well. We're excited about an evolution of our ambassador program that will begin on June 1st, where they'll be moving if hospitality and safety were on a continuum, and we were right now more on the hospitality side. We're going to move them to the middle. You'll see a difference in the way they're trained, the way they're hired, the way they're compensated. We look forward to that evolution. On the public safety side, Sean Heath from your team is serving on a working group around public safety that includes our chief and DA Merriweather and some really great partners. And this is work that's been going on monthly for the last 3 months. And we're excited about some of the recommendations that are coming out of that working group. We formed a similar working group around marketing communications. We found that there's a perception gap between reality and the way both Uptown and Midtown are being perceived. And we're excited about the corporate CMOs and senior marketing executives that have agreed to be a part of this working team. We've retained Ray Ward to help us with some thoughts on how best to approach this, and you'll see some of that work coming out this summer. From a programs and events standpoint, thank you for the partnership that we enjoy. We continue to have a team that's very passionate about programming free quality events that bring our community together. It was a particularly good year. Thank you for the support of Charlotte Shout. There were 642,000 unique visits to Shout activities this year. And that money is invested in local arts. And we have seen a difference across the 3 years of the restoring of Charlotte Shout, of the quality of submissions. It is economic development work, and it's quality of life for our community. We're proud to be a part of it. Just to remind you, it is art, food, music, and ideas, and it's across 17 days, which is 3 weekends. We also produced the Thanksgiving Eve Parade, Camden Commons, New Year's Eve, Shop Small Saturday, just to name a few, and all of that is done in partnership with you all. I don't know if you want to spend time on budget, or if you're good. I brought it with me because we've done it in the past. I'm glad to answer questions you have. I'm trying to be careful of your time. I know you guys have a big night tonight.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Mike, thank you and your staff for all the work you've done on behalf of those who work, live, and play in Uptown Charlotte. As you mentioned, I do serve on the board and have enjoyed the service there representing the city council. I just want to kind of point out a couple of bullets that I think is worth emphasizing yet again as relates to ensuring that Uptown Charlotte is a place where people feel safe and secure. And the latest crime stats has demonstrated that crime is down actually in Uptown Charlotte by 7%. Notwithstanding, the perception is that there's still work to be done in reference to crime and public safety. And so I can concur that that working group has been working really, really hard for the last several months, doing what is necessary to provide the type of group thinking necessary to ensure that the community knows that Uptown Charlotte is safe. We continue to work on issues related to the unhoused and homelessness in Uptown Charlotte, and we, notwithstanding the fact that we placed the ordinance in place on behalf of the citizens of Uptown. And one of the things that Mike did not mention is Uptown is also a neighborhood. People live there. And so we have to take that into consideration in terms of a wide variety of things that we're doing. And I think that's really important that we underscore that Uptown is also a neighborhood. People live there. Thirdly, we're still working in reference to the proliferation of office buildings that stand empty and trying to problem solve that. The answer is not all government. We can't do it all because there are vacant buildings throughout the city, University City, Uptown, Ballantyne, et cetera, but it is an issue that we have accepted that we have to do a lot more work on. going back to Uptown being also a neighborhood, that there's a number of large-scale events that we invite, that we want, but they also bring consequences to those who live there as well. And so there's an equal balance between securing the Uptown as a place where people play, but not at the expense of people living there. And so I think the organization has struck a great balance between that, and I look forward to playing more in Uptown. I was there last night for the Kim Waters jazz event at Booth Playhouse and dinner afterwards for Mother's Day, and so certainly I play there as well. North Tryon redevelopment, I'm excited about that and what we're doing there. The Gateway Station, and you spoke too about the stadiums and the events there, which drive economic activity, both at Bank of America Stadium as well as the arena. One question I get over and over and over again, and maybe you can or cannot answer it, is shopping in Uptown. How can we highlight the shopping experience in Uptown? And do you have any news for us how we can really create Uptown as a shopping destination? And I'll leave that as the question, but also thank you for your work. Thank you for all that you do to support a Uptown where people can feel proud of.
Councilman and board member, thank you, and thanks for highlighting those. I was trying to move through so much, and I loved your assessment of that. Your question about retail, we do aspire to have more destination retail in Uptown, and I think there's no better example to learn from than the way it matured in South End. And single units of retail don't work. It has to be a part of an ecosystem. And in South End, there were a couple breakthroughs. It was Eden's redevelopment of Atherton, and it was Asana's assemblage of almost 400,000 square feet of older buildings that they adaptively reused, which preserved some of our beautiful older buildings and allowed South End to move from neighborhood retail to destination retail. And there's opportunities to do that within Uptown. What held Uptown retail back for the longest time was a lack of space. We would hear it over and over again that there wasn't space created. That's becoming less of a problem because you're seeing so many new developments responding to planning requirements to create retail space along the ground plane. We need it to act more like a system. And we need to have some of those breakthrough moments. Asana has done a nice job in some of the locations, like at the base of the Ally Center. When you're there, you'll notice the way the retail works together, the way it's curated. We need more of that, and we need it to interplay. There'll be more opportunities as Uptown becomes more of a central activity district. Right now, it's a central business district. But 320 nights of sports activities, more arts, more culture, more dining creates environments that are more apt to be able to support the sales per square foot that's required to have active retail.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Michael, thank you for the presentation. You know, I share Uptown representation with Mr. Graham, and so really excited about all of the things that you have going on throughout the entire Uptown area, throughout all 4 wards. But specifically, I'd like for you to just, if you could just expound a little bit on the North Tryon Tech Hub and say a little bit more about what that's about, and then how that could potentially match up pretty well with the reimagining of Tryon Street.
Awesome, thank you. So, seriously, thank you. It's one of my favorite topics to talk about. Anytime we get to be innovative and there is an opportunity that we think the market just has not discovered, in partnership with the city and the county, in 2016, we created a North Tryon vision plan for 50 blocks. And this was a partnership between Center City Partners and the Foundation for the Carolinas, really a great group, and one of the core recommendations under it was to create a new economic underpinning for that part of Uptown. And we need to continually be feeding a field for tomorrow's industries, because industries get disrupted. And if we don't have new crop growing, we'll be disrupted economically and from a tax standpoint. And we have great concentration of ownership. We already have transit system with the Blue Line with 2 stops within the district. Silver Line's intended to meet there, those 2 crossing there, I jokingly refer to as the Queen's Cross, kind of like King's Cross in London. We think it's a big opportunity, and we've got our university there, we've got cultural districts, and we've got corporate headquarters. And so the North Tryon Tech Hub has representation of the chief technology officers from our major employers. It has Tracy serves on it on behalf of the city. We've got developers, Chancellor Gaber serves on it, and we think this is an opportunity to just enhance the university's direct connection to our major employment hub and just build upon what they have with the DuBois Center and the DuBois campus. And the first move has been by the university that's planning on having 1,000 additional students at that campus starting in the fall, each day. They're thinking about the way they're going to redesign the way that campus is used. And there's a little bit more that I'll allow them to share, but we're doing some important work on entrepreneurship. Juan Garzon from the city team is serving on that committee on behalf of the city. And it's a good group. Where EY has been a really good partner, granting us the WAVE Center with curated innovation districts or innovation sessions. A group of us went down to visit the Tech Square in Atlanta with Georgia Tech and just came away incredibly inspired. We do not want to repeat what they have. We think there's an opportunity for Charlotte to do something different, the Charlotte way. And we've got this great entrepreneurial community that we think will benefit from having a hub and more support. And anyway, we're excited to do it. And with regard to the reimagining Tryon Street, it was one of the recommendations of the 2040 Vision Plan. We are working with the planning department and with economic development at the city on what that would mean. Those opportunities, the last time that we reimagined Tryon Street was in 1983, and it was implemented in 1984. And the way that we use ground level has changed so much. I mean, think of rideshare, think of the delivery services that we use now. And we want Tryon Street to continue to be more pedestrian friendly. And one of the projects we're beginning this with is McCall Park. And it's been a great partnership with the city. We've been very successful in private fundraising, and we've gotten a lot of great community feedback on how to do it. We think that will be an important early move as we reimagine.
Excellent. I really think that the two really go hand in hand, because we want Tryon to be an inviting place and space for all of our visitors, but connected with the technology hub and the millennials that will be attracted into that space. I think there's some synergy there that hopefully you all are playing on and thinking about strategically how those things can enhance each other. But I'm very much looking forward to hearing continued progress on the tech hub.
Thank you so much, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, but I have some actual questions for you. So we're thinking about the presentation, what I didn't hear, of which you may already have the numbers and your team may be working on it, it's just for time constraint, we didn't focus on it here. It would be helpful to get an idea of what the plan is for the vacant space, the office space, the reimagining. I get we're doing the reimagining of Tryon, but the reimagining of the buildings that have not necessarily transitioned back to full-time occupancy. To give, if you're able to, a snapshot of what those conversations are looking like.
Absolutely. So in the fall, we conducted a design competition around vintage office. And Charlotte has not been spared from the challenges of our buildings that are really older than 1990. And there's been a number of them that have gone back to the lender, and that's a step in the wrong direction. What we find right now is new has never been newer and old has never been older. As employers are trying to get their employees back to the office, when their leases expire, they are acting on their option to move into buildings, often taking a smaller footprint, paying more in rent, so they can create environments that are attractive to their workforce coming back. You know, they're competing with the commute, trying to create commute-worthy places. Now, the challenge with that is buildings are often built in quadrants. Like they'll be, remember in the teens, all of a sudden South Tryon and Brooklyn Village Way was just the hottest street. There was, I think, $3 billion worth of development on that street. Well, the same thing happened 4 decades ago, but it was along North Tryon, and it was along College Street. So there's pockets, and the concern is that those pockets can be a challenge to our tax base and to public safety. And I would tell you that if we think market forces will take care of this, we will not like the results. We're going to have to be very intentional about the way we respond collectively to those places. And I would also say that we don't need to address it all. We need to be strategic about, you know, where are spots that we know it's going to enhance this district, it's going to maintain the safety. And there's some belief that if we do that, that we're bailing out the owners. And when the building goes back to the lenders, the owner's out of the picture. So now what you're doing is we're trying to create an environment that new money comes into our community and invests in us and expands the tax base and protects some of it.
So in the more expansive conversation, I think for me, it would be helpful when we look at that tax base and look at the MSD, what you're seeing as far as the beginning numbers, if there is a decline, and to start getting some of those ideas out, whether it's creating a different partnership with our banking partners, which a number of those leaders are on a number of our boards within Uptown, so they could possibly see the benefit of public-private partnership versus a hard ask from the private sector. Also, I just want to put into the universe a consideration when we're talking about the reimagining of Tryon and it being more walkable. Councilmember Graham and I had a brief conversation, not about this earlier, but thinking about parking in Uptown. Somewhere along the line, we forget that our workers utilize that parking Uptown. So it's not just people that are coming in to spend money. It's those servers that are at the restaurants. It's the workers that's working Spectrum or Bank of America or whatever. They can afford coming in at 5, paying that $12, $27 for that 1 hour because parking is free after 6. But when we're looking at trying to push them into parking decks, it could get to a place where it's costing them more to come into Uptown than that $10, $12 to $13 an hour they're making for 4 or 5 hours. once upon a time, many years ago, and the manager and I have had this conversation multiple times, when we approved a lot of these developments, there were clear commitments and understanding of community parking as a community asset. A lot of that parking over the years has either been redesignated for restaurants for their VIP parking, or we have red bags over them. We have, during different events, we make it inaccessible, and we don't think about not just the residents that live here that want to enjoy Uptown, but that potentially could cause a financial burden. But we're not thinking about those workers that are receiving a less than living wage pay and how much it costs them to have to try to find parking in Uptown, and the number of people that are going to start calling out because it's just not financially feasible. So when we talk about reimagining, it always seems like a good conversation, an exciting conversation about walkability and accessibility. I just would like for you all to consider the impact of those who don't have the luxury of taking public transportation because it's not convenient for them, and making sure that we still have on-street parking options that are realistic, not just for those who are visiting Uptown, whether it's a staycation or you coming in, but also let's not forget that our workers are in there. You have on the slide of mobility, slide 14, when you briefly mentioned the Charlotte Gateway Station, the CTC. Nope, that's it. So again, could be a deeper conversation later. This is a conversation that we've been having in the city for many years. I actually, and Mr. Manager, ran into one of our state representatives at a community event last weekend before last, who shared by pulling me aside, asking what are we doing with this and the allocation and support that was there from a while ago. So it would be great if we can get a clear update of what that looks like, because that was a very detailed conversation, but he was kind of animated when pulling me aside to share with that.
This is the rail trail bridge.
That and mainly looking at our bus, train, the collection.
Gateway.
At Gateway, that conversation, it seems like for some, I guess they feel like, even though we still have it top of mind, fingers crossed, for some, it feels like it is not at top of mind. So I was glad to see this in here. So a little bit more detail, of which I would gladly schedule a meeting more to come in so that we can go into more detail. But I think that will be helpful so that we know that it is on the radar. But amazing work. I truly enjoyed the most recent groundbreaking that we had in Uptown, right on the corner of South Boulevard and East, right there. Beautiful building that I'm quite sure you're going to fill up very quickly, because there is no bad view whatever floor you're on. That space, and Dr. Wallington was able to make it out. That space is wraparound panoramic views for every floor going all the way up. So I'm quite sure that it's not going to be difficult to sell. That, I just want to make sure we're also having a real conversation about older buildings and looking at how we can partner and what real partnership looks like to help reimagine it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some of my questions have already been addressed around vacancy and programming. I certainly appreciate collaboration here, thanks to your leadership, Michael, in addressing homelessness and safety concerns in Uptown. I appreciate how there is traction back to Uptown with large events, whether it be sporting events or Charlotte Shout or Thanksgiving Parade. I'd like to continue to see more of that, because that supports businesses uptown as we bring some of these large events. I did not hear any update on how are things coming along with redevelopment of Epicenter.
Yeah, so the Epicenter just did some re-tenanting. They've brought new companies in, and for the month of May, they've brought back a Friday after-work event that they're really excited about. They're putting DJs and bands on the top level, working to restore the vibrancy there. It is still controlled by Deutsche Bank on behalf of the bondholders, so they have not sold it yet. That is their longer-term plan, is to stabilize the asset and be able to sell it to restore the value for their bondholders.
You know, when I remember Uptown, like specifically the Epicenter, how it was back in 2017, between 2012 to 2017 timeframe versus now, there is large vacancy rate. And I know there are efforts underway to bring traction, but I haven't seen much progress. So are you at all involved in their overall vision plan to stabilize this asset?
Yeah, we continue to meet with them when their principals are in town representing Deutsche Bank. And we continue to be of counsel to them. You know, it's owned as a private asset. I think some of the things that the city is considering, like the CTC strategy, are very accretive to what the private owners are trying to do here. And I encourage the continued consideration of that. And as nightlife restores and as Uptown moves more to a central activity district, I think there's more opportunities for the Epicenter, which is now referred to as Queen City Quarter.
Queen City Quarters.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we'll see more quarters getting occupied. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. The first one, well, actually, let me just frame it. I think as I'm listening to this, what I'm very much interested in, because I know that we keep talking about South End and kind of thinking about how South End has been able to be vibrant. And I think about what's different about South End as a visitor versus Uptown. And I'm wondering, because we've talked a good bit about vacancies and what do we do with the buildings, I'm wondering how you're envisioning what our focus is, and not just for you, Michael, but as we think collectively from the public sector, do we really care? I don't want to say do we really care. Should our focus be on anything above the first 40 feet? Because if we're talking about a neighborhood, if we're talking about destination retail, those are the things that are really public facing versus some of the things that are more market based in terms of who's in that building for a very specific purpose. So I'm curious to hear about how we're approaching that or how we're prioritizing that. Because when we think about some of the things that we struggle with, whether it's safety or whether it's visitors, those kinds of things, it really feels like it's much more about what's happening at the street level versus what's going on in the skies.
So it's really hard to decouple the two because these buildings are owned as one asset. And if it is in default and it's owned by a bank, if it goes from bank to being municipally owned, and that's a worst case scenario, and I hope, knock on wood, that we'll see none of that or very little, then the bottom 40 feet has the same cancer as the next 8 floors or 40 floors. And there's going to be some opportunities for adapting. There's going to be some that need to be demolished. And then there's going to be some that the market can reinvest and restored as office and just modernized. But we have some right now that the demolition cost is more than the value of the land. So you have some buildings that get that stuck. And we're going to have to, this is going to be an ongoing, very complicated, very technical planning process and discussion. The more that we can come up, though, with a policy that is easily understood by the market, because what we want is we want private capital to see Charlotte as a place that cares about this, so that it comes here and invests and expands the tax base and really does that public-private partnership. But I think we're better served if we have like one tool that, so that when they come to town, they don't think each project has to negotiate like a new deal every time.
Yeah, I'd be interested in discussing this some more, just because certainly there's obviously work to do when it comes to the market and investment and what we're doing in the buildings. I think that is a little bit separate and apart, though I definitely understand what you're saying, that the asset can't be decoupled when it comes to our focus and what we're trying to create. I don't know how much of what we're doing here, and particularly through the MSD, really can impact that piece. So I want to dig into that a little bit more because as I think about what makes South End attractive for visitors, and when we really talk about like destination retail, and maybe my question is, what exactly are you saying is destination retail? Whoever is in the building from a tenant standpoint, for me, doesn't make it any more attractive to come to Uptown if I'm still paying $20. I got to ride around a parking garage forever to find somewhere to park. And what's here is a restaurant, when I can go to South End and go to a restaurant and a skate room and Puttery or whatever else on an impromptu kind of basis. I think that's the piece that we're still missing when it comes to making Uptown attractive, especially given all of the hurdles that you kind of have to go through just to get here and get settled. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. Hello, Michael.
Good to see
Thank you for being here with us tonight, and thank you for the presentation. I got a question about the hub. I heard you say hub. Can you give me like cliff notes on what the hub is actually going to be?
The North Tryon Tech Hub?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we went to Atlanta. We were really inspired by what Georgia Tech, the city of Atlanta, and the state of Georgia have done. They actually run the state's economic development office out of this hub. It's that important to them. They think it's that transformative for their economy.
Okay.
And we had UNC Charlotte and some great economic development leaders from our city that were with us. And we came back inspired, and that began a process that started about 18 months ago.
Okay.
And we think this intersection of academics, entrepreneurship, and corporate innovation, so think our chief technology officers really leaning in. Think about UNC Charlotte really making this a hub for them. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And our entrepreneurial community being able to get to a spot where they can get to more easily tap in to the supply chain of our major employers, to more easily tap into the talent that's coming out of UNC Charlotte at both the undergraduate and the graduate level. You know, a lot of what we're going to try to pull to the campus with those extra 1,000 students a day is graduate students in computer science.
Okay. So, and that was my next question, and it kind of would piggyback off of that. Who would be, I guess, the recipients of this resource, right? Because I know that we have the corridors of opportunity, and each of them have hubs that are specific to different opportunities throughout the city. And I wonder what would be our appetite to really add this resource into that ecosystem. Because I know, and I mean, this is a conversation for another day, but I'm really just taking the opportunity to put it out into the atmosphere. Because as we continue with the corridors opportunities and trying to connect our residents to resources, information and technology is one of the fastest growing industries in the nation, right? And so if this is going to be one that's specifically targeting, you know, that particular a job with respect to opportunities. I'd love to, you know, talk to you offline, and we discuss if there's opportunities to, because I know, for an example, the hub that is in East Charlotte, it's really being spearheaded by the Latin American Chamber of Commerce, right? And there's a diverse set of stakeholders that are financially and, you know, they have their own corporate interest in bringing that hub to that particular corridor. And we have corridors like that, I'm sure you're aware, across the city,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes.
So what I imagine that ecosystem looking like to some degree is if we have, let's say, a human walk in and they're not able to get the resources at that particular hub, then we would, in effect, like refer them to something within our ecosystem where we can properly serve that human and get them on a track to where they can, you know, start towards economic, you know, upward economic mobility, right? But do you think, and I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but is that something that has been entertained as a conversation, or do you think there would be an appetite and willingness?
So what I would share is Atlanta has 22 innovation districts.
Oh,
So
wow.
as we started to create the second one, there was questions of, hold on, we've got the Pearl, what are we doing? Well, I mean, Atlanta has an organization that does nothing but to pull together those 22 innovation districts.
Wow.
And these are creating some of tomorrow's jobs, which I think will feed other sub-markets like corridors of opportunity as we develop entrepreneurial companies and fast growth businesses that are looking to get to some of the talent of our market.
No, I love that. Thank you for sharing that. And Mr. Manager, 22, like innovation districts, I'd love to kind of talk about that offline, you know, how we can broaden our ecosystem. I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
I'm going to thank Michael for the information and follow-up that will take place. We also need to have a council committee update. Now, I know that everyone doesn't have to give a report, but I wanted to make sure that we had the report from the Transportation and Development Committee. So, Mr. Driggs, would you address that for us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At our committee meeting, we got a report from CATS about the outcome of the FTA's reviews of CATS financial operations. You remember, we actually agreed with the FTA to move up their review in light of some of the operating difficulties that we had there. They hired an accounting firm, and I'll just read the conclusion of the accounting firm was, in our opinion, management's assertion that the City of Charlotte has maintained effective internal control over its compliance with FTA financial management system requirements during the period July 1, 21 to June 30, 23 is fairly stated in all material respects based on the criteria established by the FTA as set forth in Section 6 of the report. I.e., it's a clean report. They did note some significant deficiencies, as they were called, which were basically documents that were not produced in a timely fashion. That was the essence of it, administrative stuff. Very good job by CATS. Congratulations to them. The second item at our meeting was a report from Allison Craig in Planning talking about I think the main thing I want to highlight here, talking about the modification of the conservation option. And you remember, we've already been told there are problems about the conservation option that is being used by developers to submit by right plans that don't actually align with the intent of the conservation option. And 90% of the plans that are being submitted by right are availing themselves of this feature. It's essentially a loophole. The staff have prepared language changes in order to close the loophole. Again, we were told about that. I mentioned it last week. Now, the interesting thing here is that the zoning committee took this up and decided to defer any action on it. They did not act on it. So that leaves us with a question of whether or not we go back to the zoning committee, or do we proceed in order to get this done in the time frame that the staff envisions. There's a whole long line of big development that's lined up. So this is time sensitive. The unanimous opinion of the members of the committee, who are myself, Ms. Molina as vice chair, Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, and Dr. Watlington, and our view, I think it wasn't a vote, but our unanimous view was that we should move ahead with our vote on the 20th and go ahead and put those changes into effect in order to close that loophole. That will be followed the next month by a compact development option that will offer higher density solutions in response to the industry's suggestion that our base UDO, because of all of its requirements, points to a higher cost housing solution than the one we want. They can't develop low-cost housing meeting all of our requirements because of the utilization. So the plan is we vote next Monday. Now, Ms. Craig is here to answer questions. She did actually have some slides, but in view of the time, I would suggest that without objection, everybody is on notice. If you need to know more, call me or her, but our goal is to get this done next Monday.
Any
And-
questions for the chair? Ms. Watlington?
My question is, and I was there, so it's really just for the benefit of the public, for those who were a part of the previous meeting before. Is there any way to just hit the top lines of what the key issues coming out of the charrette were and what the mitigation is? It doesn't have to be in detail, but just if people are following along.
Yes, in essence, to boil it down, what was going on was the plans were being submitted that had very crammed development, and they were counting the open space on individual lots towards the requirement for open space in the conservation option. What the conservation option intended was you would have a community area that was open, and that would allow smaller lots around the edge. So the language did not expressly prohibit what these plans have been proposing, but that is not what we had in mind. It was never intended that 90% of the plans that were submitted would avail themselves of the conservation option. So we need to kind of close that, but at the same time, as I was saying in an earlier meeting, close that door, open another door, and that is the following month we will act on the compact option, which does provide through the front door instead of the back door a way to do higher density development, aim at the price point that we have in mind, and not abuse the UDO.
All right. Ms. Watlington, okay. Ms. Molina?
Just really quickly, Madam Mayor, Mr. Chair, if you will, I just want to point out for my colleagues that weren't at the meeting, and the reason why there was such consensus was that Ms. Craig pointed out the number of units that we would actually be able to stop with making that decision, possibly next month, absent any that would come in before we would make that decision, and that the decision would actually be effective immediately, right, Ms. Craig? And there were about 5,000, Mr. Chair, in the pipeline.
There were a lot of units even within that month that
Right.
would move through before we acted. And Ms. Molina, if you don't mind, I want to mention the chair of the zoning committee was actually at our committee meeting and responded to some questions we had as to what their issues were. And when we heard those, I think the feeling of committee members, or our committee members, was that they didn't constitute a reason, and I don't believe Mr. Welton even thought they constituted a reason for us to not take this action. They made an observation that they thought the staff was kind of over-managing the development of these sites. We couldn't really relate to that. So it was all very friendly and fine, and I got the impression from the chair that it was okay with them if we went ahead.
And that's all I have.
Okay. All right. Is there another committee that would like to provide an update? And I'm going to say this with all the sensitivity of like 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes to get downstairs. We will be having at least 2 hours of budget comments. So I'm going to suggest that we do 1 hour, then come back and maybe do another, figure out where we are, maybe another hour and a half, so that everybody can get a break between. We're going to have 2 minutes per person to speak, and I think that the clerk, or at least they know that there is the ability to speak at this level. So I think we have over 70 people to speak tonight. And I want to make sure that we all get there. So we are supposed to start at 6:30, it's 6:18. By the time, I'm sorry, Ms. Ajmira, did you have a comment on, I just wanted to finish.
Yes, once you finish.
Okay, so if we can go downstairs and actually start, we still have to do the regular announcements and things like that. So it would be helpful if we moved quickly, got into our seat, and had 6 people sitting there so that we could begin the meeting. All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, speaking of the budget, I just wanted to give a quick update on city's debt financing because there is referendum action on our agenda tonight. So there are 4 upcoming financing transactions that are currently planned. This was something that was already approved by the committee, by full council in the past. So tonight you will see we are considering water bonds and revenue bond anticipation. There is general obligation bond refunding, and that's part of the refinancing. And then, so as part of the general obligation bond process tonight, we will be voting on approving a resolution to apply to LGC, which is the Local Government Commission. That's the first step in our process to have a $400 million bond referendum on November 5th, 2024. So, second, I can wait. I just wanted to make sure if anyone had any questions on the city's debt financing. That's,
Okay. All right. So if we can get downstairs, it's 6:20 now, so we can get started at 6:30. Watlington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For those that choose, please bow your heads. Lord, we pray that we will govern with wisdom for the common good, the welfare of the city, and not for personal gain or under pressure of any lobby groups or for the advantage of the favored few. I pray that our concern be for the well-being of all, that our hearts be full of love, and that our skin be thick. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thick skin, I love the thick skin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is that my water or yours?
I want to thank all of you who are in the chamber today, and also thank those that are watching us on the city's YouTube channel or however they choose to watch this opportunity. Today, we are going to have our budget meeting that we ask all of you to be able to comment on what the manager's recommended budget is, so that council members will have the opportunity to hear from the public before any decisions are made on this budget or any changes or recommendations. And so this is an important time for us because we really want to hear from our community. I know that our budget team has had listening sessions, and I hope several of you have participated in it, but it's nothing like coming down and talking to the council members. That's a great thing to be able to do in this country. We are going to probably have about 2 hours of comments. The comments that you have when you come down to speak will be limited to 2 minutes, and I hope that we'll all respect each other's so that we can get those 2 minutes in and everybody can be heard. But before we begin, we are going to have a few announcements of some things that I think we all recognize as being important. So we have 2 proclamations today, and I'd like to recognize first Councilmember Ajmira, who will read a proclamation regarding Child Care Provider Appreciation Day.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a mother of 2 young children, I certainly appreciate and recognize the hard work childcare providers does, and this is very timely for Mother's Day. So here we go. Childcare Aware of America and other organizations nationwide are recognizing childcare providers on this day. And whereas childcare has provided a safe, nurturing place for the enrichment and development of millions of children nationwide, and is a vital force in our economy. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic illuminated how indispensable childcare providers are for the well-being and economic security of Charlotte, young children, families, and communities. And whereas childcare programs, which are mostly small businesses run and staffed predominantly by women, continue to recover from the health and financial hardships stemming from the pandemic to meet the needs of more families. And whereas Charlotte recognizes that childcare has been and continues to be a lifetime for families, communities, and the economy. And whereas the future depends on the quality of the early childhood experiences provided to young children today, support for high-quality childcare represents a worthy commitment to our children's future. Now therefore, she, Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, do hereby proclaim May 10th, 2024 as Child Care Provider Appreciation Day in Charlotte, and urge all citizens to recognize child care providers for their important work.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ajmira. If you have a child care provider, treat them kindly this week. All right, and now I want to recognize Councilmember, this is terrible, I was going to say Councilman Tia. Isn't that terrible? I was just like, oh my gosh.
No, I
this
go
is
by
not-
Tia.
So she will talk about Mental Health Awareness Month.
Hello, wonderful people. Thank you all for coming out tonight. My name is thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me remember my manners. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you guys for coming out tonight, all you wonderful folks, taking your time out tonight to come and be heard. Mental health is near and dear to me, especially for Second Chance and people that have spent time incarceration. So mental health is a big deal to me, so thank you for doing this. City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County Joint Proclamation. Whereas 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 5 youth experience mental health conditions each year. 50% of all lifetime mental health conditions begin by the age of 14, and 75% by the age 24. And whereas mental health treatment, therapy, medication, and self-care have made recovery a reality for most people experiencing a mental health condition. People with mental health issues deserve help, and whereas together we can realize our shared vision of a nation where anyone affected by mental health, no matter their background, culture, ethnicity, or identity, can get the appropriate support, quality of care to live healthy, fulfilling lives. And whereas good mental health is critical to well-being of our families, communities, schools, and businesses of all cultures, backgrounds. Greater public awareness about mental health and can change negative attitudes and behaviors and cultures toward people with mental health conditions. And whereas we must do better as a community, a culture, and a society, and join together to increase awareness and understanding of mental health, reduce stigma and discrimination, and promote appropriate and accessible services for all people, no matter their background, race, or gender, who are living with mental health conditions. Now, therefore, we, that means City Council, right? Our Mayor Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, and George Dunlap, Chair of Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 24th as National Mental Health Awareness Month in Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and commend its observance to all citizens. Witnesses our hand and its official seal of the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, and it's signed by our Mayor, Vi Alexander Lyles, and our Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners, Mr. George Dunlap. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. I have one other topic that I think most of us probably remember. Over the last 2 weeks, the tragic incident that we had for 4 law enforcement officers who lost their lives as a part of trying to make sure that we had an opportunity to be safe. You know, in my faith, there's this song that it says, we call the roll up yonder. So I would like to ask you to take a moment of silence as I recognize the members that have been called to be on the roll. Joshua Iyer of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. Thomas Weeks of the U.S. Marshals Service. William Adlon Elliott of the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction, and Sam Peloche, whose funeral was today, of the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction. Now, in the days and weeks following, messages and support of condolences have been received at a remarkable rate. Across this country, people have sent notes and letters and comments and reflections. So I want to read just a brief one who came as a part of a statement from a city in Oregon. The city of Woodburn will honor those who lost their lives with a moment of silence during our next council meeting. To the friends, families, and anyone who feels this tremendous loss in and beyond Charlotte, you are in our thoughts. And this is signed by the mayor, Frank Logren, mayor of the town of Woodburn. Now, he sent that note because they had their own tragedy in December of 2008, where 2 law enforcement officers and others were injured. So I want all of us to be thankful today. I want to thank particularly our community who stood by and with the families of those who were lost and those who were injured. In the coming weeks and months, let's not forget them. Let's make sure that we are still supportive, that we do not remember what happened without remembering that they gave the greatest sacrifice. This upcoming week is Police Week, and if you know an officer, be kind. Give them some way of acknowledging that they are important to us and our community. So thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to speak about something that I think has really changed the way that we see what we do in this community, and knowing that we can do it well. So with that, I'm going to now talk about our public hearing tonight. We will have speakers come down, and as speakers are coming through down, I want you to I always say, be careful with those steps, they're steep, but we're going to call 2 speakers at a time. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak to the budget, about the budget, to the City Council. So we're going to start with our public hearing on the proposed 2023 Capital Investment Plan. Our first 2 speakers are Sandra De Los Santos and Harmony Moore, followed by Judy, I'm sorry.
Harmony.
Harmony, sorry. I will try my very best with the names tonight. If I don't get it exactly right, no, it's not because of the heart, but the head. We will also have Judy Selden Cohen following, as well as Kyle Washington. So it would be helpful as we have you, if you begin to speak, if you would tell us your name first so that we have people. There's another podium over here that the second person can come in. Harmony, is that correct? All right.
Harmony.
Thank you, Harmony. All right. You have 2 minutes. Let's set a great example for these adults.
Sandra.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harmony Moore. I am also the founder of Little Listeners, a youth violence prevention outreach organization. I am also a supporter of the People's Budget. This creates an opportunity for various organizations to work together to service our community's needs. Now, let me just say this. Youth need to participate in the budget process because they will inherit a Charlotte based on decisions made now. Following up with Councilwoman Tijuana's town hall, it's apparent that youth need to take a role in ending juvenile gun violence, and the Youth Violence Prevention Center model allows Nicoles to contribute to the prevention process. If the City of Charlotte wants the youth of Charlotte to consider careers with the city, they need to make the jobs attractive to us by paying all city employees a decent wage and have good benefits like being able to retire well. Remember that the crown is displayed on their uniform. Treat them like they represent the Queen City. Today's youth deserve to be able to afford to live in Charlotte, and that's both in apartments and our own houses. Please make sure we have the opportunity to live here. That also means different types of housing. All of us aren't looking for a house with a picket fence. Many of us want to live where we work. We want to walk to the store. Please consider all of the suggestions in the People's Budget because we are the people.
Your grandmother is very happy. All right, so now we will hear from Sandra De Los Santos.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Sandra de los Santos. Soy casada y tengo 8 hijos. Llegué a Charlotte hace 17 años, en la cual 7 años he vivido en una vivienda que siempre se le metía el agua. Por 5 años no pasó a mayores, pero hace 2 años la casa se empezó a empeorar por moho y humedad. Cada vez que entra el agua yo tenía que extraer el agua porque la compañía a la cual le rento, Hamster, se le llamaba, pero nunca llegaba. Y siempre la teníamos que sacar nosotros. Dejamos de trabajar, a veces dormíamos bajo el agua. Tiré muchos muebles. La compañía me hizo comprar aseguranza, por la cual para ellos no es verdad. Empecé pagando $1,235 por 5 años. Hace 2 años estoy pagando de renta $1,750. Ellos me quieren renovar el contrato, pero me subieron la renta a $1,915. Pero ellos no quieren hacer las reparaciones que necesito. Incluso yo he tenido que comprar refrigerador, microondas y la estufa me la cambiaron después de tantos años. Los inquilinos como yo necesitamos más apoyo, necesitamos mejores protecciones porque mi historia no es única. Gracias.
Thank you.
So, we did ask for interpretation, but we're not sure how that works. It would.
I don't know that we had prepared for the interpretation. Madam Clerk? Okay, here we are. We do have interpreters.
Were y'all able to interpret what she said?
They
Not our sign language.
I'm
I think
sorry.
it's important to have a,
Madam
language
Clerk,
justice.
do we have, I'm sorry, if you will let me, Madam Clerk, do we make arrangements for an interpreter?
Yes, ma'am, we
So
do.
we will have the interpreter give us the remarks that were made. Please come forward.
Thank you.
We're out of time. Should we
You
get
get,
that off
is
the
that
record?
over 2
No,
minutes?
she gets, because it is an interpreter, he will be able to give us the
More than
remarks.
2 minutes.
Is that within the 2 minutes?
It's 2 minutes.
I actually will have to hear her remarks over again.
Really?
can't do
So
that.
what we need to do,
We get a written
it's
translation,
written,
Mayor?
it's written.
Okay, my name is Sandro de los Santos. Be very hard, actually.
All right. I tell you what we're going to do. We will have this translated and sent to every member of the council so that they will be able to read it, and we will have an interpretation of it for all of us. Thank you very much.
I was gonna say, Marjorie, tell us what she said.
Let's keep order here.
Let's keep going. I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah, so as part of the equity committee, Councilmember Johnson, Winston, and I served on, we had specifically anticipated this kind of situation where that's why we would have interpreter not afterwards, but at the same time so that we can get the remarks.
I understand that, but that didn't happen, and we did not know that. So it's something that we did not, I was not aware of. So we'll have to have that interpreted and sent to every one of the council members.
Thank you.
All right?
So can we make sure this doesn't happen in the future if we
I would
have?
hope to, but
So,
all
what
right,
is the
thank you.
process?
All right, our next speaker is Judy Selden Cohen, followed by Cal
No, I'm
Washington.
not sure. What's the remark? Oh, here's the remark. She wants it. She wants to read the remarks.
No,
She said her regards, those who speak Spanish understood her.
No, I'm not reading it. I'm just reading it myself.
no, Marjorie, please don't do that, because it has to be the whole council.
Ms. Selden Cohen,
So
you can
Ms.
begin.
Cohen, please.
Thank you.
I am Judy Selden Cohen, part of the coalition proposing the People's Budget. Thank you, City Manager, for increasing the housing bond to $100 million in the proposed budget. This increase is essential to support the lowest paid workers in our growing city, including those households earning under 30% of the area median income. To maximize the impact of this larger housing bond, the People's Budget proposes that $25 million be targeted for home ownership in areas at risk of displacement. The Nest Commission is also requesting $25 million towards anti-displacement. Like the Nest Commission, the People's Budget supports ADUs, accessory dwelling units. ADUs provide a source of income for homeowners at risk of displacement while adding lower-cost housing into the city's inventory. We also propose that the city focus on smaller-scale contractors to build these ADUs, contractors who typically do not have access to public funds. People's Budget also supports the Nest Commission's focus on repairs, essential to keeping aging homeowners in their homes. In addition to ADUs and repairs, we support using the housing bond to acquire land and properties for the West Side Community Land Trust. Land trusts preserve long-term affordability and enable appreciation to be shared equitably between homeowners and the community that made their homeownership possible. Thank you all for your support of the $100 million housing bond. We look forward to working with the Housing and Safety Committee to develop the policy for allocating these proceeds.
Thank you. Cal Washington, Cal Washington. All right, Kevin Carr and Cass Otley. I don't see Kevin.
I know that Kevin Carr is not here this evening. He had it.
Thank you. So following Ms. Otley will be Carol Hardison.
I wanted to say something just quickly, if I can, before my time starts. I requested
No, we
an
have
interpreter.
to follow the rules.
I requested an interpreter, and I'm a little upset that one was provided because we
Well,
we
you
asked on
know,
it for-
I am as well, so thank you for joining and
Okay, so
letting us know
I'd like
that.
to say, you know, I'm happy to be here, and I'd like to thank the city for listening to the city workers in the past and increasing the minimum wage and looking at all of the things that the city workers were talking about. But 2.5 years ago, we were here with a study from Economic Policy Institute, which said that a worker that had a family of 2 needed to be making at least $26 to thrive and live in the city of Charlotte. And while we're looking at $23 for a minimum wage, we are still pressing for $25 because city workers have been trying to play catch-up for years. The last 2 years have been great as far as increases, but 10 years before that, city workers were not making any money. They were not making a living wage. We still have city workers that can't afford to live in the city. We still have city workers that are struggling. These workers keep the city clean. They make the city beautiful. They make sure that essential workers can do their job. And we're looking at growth in this city of about 120 people that move here daily, which makes their job even harder because that means that that is generating more trash and more things that they have to deal with. But on the other side, it's also bringing more revenue to the city. So we're asking for a 6% raise for city workers. We're asking for a $25 minimum wage. We're also asking for a 4% contribution to their 401K because for years, city workers have not, for I think about 18 years, city workers have not had an increase while police and fire do yearly. And we want people to be able to afford to retire. We have city workers that are retired that can't even retire. They still have to work. And so we want to make sure that people are taken care of in the city because when we lift up city workers, we lift up everyone in the city. Thank you.
Following Carol Hardison is Sean Dalrymple.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, and City Council. I'm Carol Hardison. I'm the CEO of Crisis Assistance Ministry, and I'm here tonight to talk about the people's budget. We need a city where all can live, work, and play without the fear of eviction, can live, work, and play safely. At Crisis Assistance Ministry, one of the services that we provide is rental and utility assistance. So far this year, 44 city workers have come to Crisis Assistance Ministry because they cannot afford to live in the city. 67% of the income of the average person that comes to Crisis Assistance for the rental and utility assistance is going to their housing. Dollars alone won't solve this problem, whether the person comes for our 1-month assistance program or whether they come for our 3-month upstream rental assistance program, whether they're one of our 56 partner agencies that we distributed $1 million to last year. The fact is, you can't close that gap with dollars alone, and that's why we support the people's budget. The people's budget represents coordination, not duplication. It represents collaboration, not competition. We need people to be able to live, work, and play affordably in this community. We're advocating for the people's budget, and we appreciate your service and your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dalrymple.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Sean Dalrymple. I work at Atrium Hospital. I stand in support of the people's budget. I am known as the forgotten ones. I live like most people, paycheck to paycheck, one check away from asking for assistance again. I represent the live experience. I had to go to Crisis Assistance Ministry to help with my utilities and my rent, which helped quite a lot. I stand before you as a single parent with a son and a grandson who I do not want them to look at me less than because all they see is me struggling financially but yet having a job. I support the people's budget because it will bring affordable housing in Charlotte and also help with those who are employed, struggling with wages that do not support the household. Thank you for listening.
Our next speakers are Kristen Lasprilla and Eric Averari. I always do that wrong, Eric, sorry. Okay. Is Eric here? Oh, there, I see up top. Thank you.
As long as you recognize me.
Sorry.
You can start, right?
Okay, please, go ahead and start.
Thank you. Council, thank you for your time. My name is Kristen Lasprilla, and I have been a Ballantyne resident for the past 14 years. Thank you for your time. I'm joined today with my husband and my daughter, Alex and Camden. They're up, and we wanted to talk to you today about our animal shelter, our local animal shelter in Mecklenburg County. Our family fell into fostering after we heard the call to help. Many of you may have heard that call recently, too, that the shelter was overrun and our dogs were at risk. We waited a couple of hours in the lobby to meet and choose what we thought would be a week-long visitor to our home. We were very wrong about that. That's a long-term visitor that we now have in our home, and we absolutely love the dog that we're fostering. As much as we love what we do, it's clear that the system is broken, and the burden falls heavily on those, several of them are here, that are working to try and mend it. Volunteering for an underfunded shelter is a roller coaster of emotions. The highs of finding homes for these animals are eclipsed quickly by the lows of realizing the systemic issues at play. The shelter staff, whom I deeply admire, are resilient in the face of constant trauma. Yet the toll that it takes on them is palpable. Whenever I'm at the shelter, I don't miss the opportunity to speak to one of my favorite staff members. And he shares how his work over the past decade has left him exhausted and disheartened. Those were his words. The cycle of hope and heartbreak is relentless, but it's a cycle we can't afford to turn away from. We are thrilled as a shelter community to hear that 10 new animal care and control staff member positions have been proposed for the future. Yet today, the shelter's resources are stretched thin, and the bar for responsible pet guardianship remains dismally low.
Thank you very much that your time is up, but I'm sure there'll be others to speak to the topic. Eric, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Eric Severl, and I am here on behalf of Sustain Charlotte. I also have three organizations with me supporting bicycle funding. And I hope you were able to see the petition that we sent you recently. And we urge you to increase the bicycle program funding from $4 million to $10 million a year. This investment will not only enhance our city's infrastructure, but also foster a sense of community and progress, making it possible to build $10 million or 10 miles of all ages and abilities, bike lanes and facilities every year to complete the 100+ miles of the priority bike network that it was passed with the Strategic Mobility Plan. And we can do it before 2040. And we can do it with certainty and in expediency that other possible solutions or current solutions we're using will not accomplish. We are thrilled to see that the Vision Zero and the sidewalk program restored, and we would ask strongly to consider increasing the funding for the bike program as an important mobility option that will benefit residents and help fight the climate crisis. Now, this is the important piece. Pay attention now, please. The connected bicycle network makes bicycling a viable mode for transportation, right? But we're not there yet. People aren't going to choose to ride a bicycle if it isn't safe and convenient. And to truly move us forward to the 50-50 mode share goal outlined in the Strategic Mobility Plan, we must take bold and comprehensive approach. We are making specific requests for dedicated funding to build the Bicycle Priority Network. And this is not just another program. It has the power to transform the city's mobility future. We cannot rely solely on other programs or the private sector or the segmented nature of the strategic investment area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. Good to see you all.
Our next speakers are Rodney McGill and Dana Mariani. Mr. McGill.
Mayor Lyles. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, City Manager, and the council. I want to read, and first of all, I support the people's budget, and I wanted to read two quick things from CMPD. One from the beginning of this year. It says, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department said the city saw a rise in violent crimes with juvenile suspects in 2023. CMPD says shootings involving a person under the age of 18 as a suspect increased by 33% in 2023, while shootings involving a juvenile victim increased by 18%. The second thing I want to read is also from CMPD, and it says that juvenile crime continues to be a major concern for the CMPD with a rise in auto thefts and shootings into occupied property. This is from April 15, 2024. Thus far in 2024, juvenile suspects have been responsible for 21 total shootings and 17 shooting into occupied property. The 17 juvenile-related shooting into occupied properties have impacted 74 total victims. What I want to say to y'all today is that the alternatives to violence can't begin at 18 and up. We got to get these youth before they get 18. Once they get 18, if any of you got children, you know it's pretty much a wrap. So if you're serious about preventing this youth violence from rising from 2023, 33%, 2024 already 42%, you got to do some proactive things. We saw what prevention with the interpreter did today. More prevention, an ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure. You heard it before. And I urge all of y'all to support the people's budget. And right now, we have 120 children, and we got a place for 60 of them. If it was any influence y'all had for us to put those other 60 children to keep them off the street,
Thank you.
I'll let.
Ms. Haramani?
Good evening. My name is Dana Mariani, and I live in District 7. On February 6th, my neighborhood, Providence Plantation, held an HOA meeting at St. Nectarios. Ed, you spoke and heard concerns about developers' plans. The meeting was held in part because a duplex or triplex may be built, which would change the look and feel of our established single-family home neighborhood. As the meeting unfolded, I kept thinking about a book I read called Sorting Out the New South City by Thomas Hanchett. Through this book, I learned about Brooklyn, which was bulldozed between 1960 and 1977. Providence Plantation started to be built in 1966, and our HOA was incorporated in July of 1977. Brooklyn was bulldozed with inadequate redress, if any. But 50 years later, we had the resources, connections, and the ability to create a game plan to quote-unquote protect our established neighborhood. The diverging set of political commitments of these decisions illustrate just how complicated our current discourse on housing and land use is all these years later. That we live in and alongside such a history is no one's fault in this room today, but it is our responsibility to rectify. Additionally, I recently looked at a map that shows housing trust fund developments in the city by district, And I want to highlight that District 7 has at least 54 families that use housing choice vouchers per the 2022 census tract. So this issue of affordable housing affects District 7 and all the deserving districts in the city. It is important to maintain the integrity of all neighborhoods in Charlotte, and using the $25 million of the recommended $100 million bond issue to create paths to home ownership for vulnerable citizens is one way to achieve this goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Glenn Holliday and Angelia James. Glenn Holliday and Angelia James. And if Emily Harder and Ann Wood would like to come down closer to the podium, that would be great as the next set of speakers. Mr. Holliday?
Good evening. My name is Glenn Holliday. I'm a retired pediatrician here in Charlotte, a 44-year resident, and I live in District 1. I'm here tonight as a member of the Faith and Justice Group at Providence Presbyterian Church and as a member of the Redress Movement. I come before you in wholehearted support of the bond package that will include $100 million for the Housing Trust Fund. It is my understanding that $75 million will go towards affordable rental housing, money desperately needed. We advocate that $25 million indeed go towards homeownership programs. It cannot be overstated how important that would be. I encourage you to work with organizations such as Westside Community Land Trust and the mission of increased home ownership. There are tremendous disparities of generational wealth in our beloved city. Disparities between mostly white and mostly black and brown, not always, but the disparities are often staggering. And they almost always started with home ownership or lack thereof. Many of the reasons can be traced directly back to past government policies, federal, state, and local. Think about urban renewal. Think about redlining. We convene here tonight in this beautiful government center on land that was the Brooklyn neighborhood. An entire community that was erased by urban renewal. So let us, as citizens who surely care for one another, put forth good faith efforts to lift up those less fortunate and those who have been wronged, and let it start with housing.
Ms. James? Ms. James?
Hello, my name is Angela James. Greetings, Mayor and other councilmen, Councilman Graham. I am with the Redress Movement, who empowers people like me to take direct action to repair the harm caused by intentional racial segregation. Redress's starting point is housing justice. I understand that you have apportioned $100 million for the Housing Trust Fund. Thank you. I like that. We are requesting the Redress Movement, along with the Westside Land Trust, $25 million of that $100 million to go towards home ownership programs for low wealth people. Home ownership. Let that marinate. Home ownership, value, pride, self-worth, wealth to thrive, not just to survive. Not to be sick from the air pollution and noise of the cars. Currently, the largest portion of housing trust fund developments are clustered near I-85, I-77, and Independence Boulevard. These areas pose the greatest health risks to families. A pathway to homeownership developments should have access to a quiet, clean neighborhoods with health care offices nearby and grocery stores, just like the rest of the city. Rental opportunities could be a pathway as well, but not solely. Look, I see you, you see me. It is not much of a degree of separation from me and you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emily Harder, Ann Wood. Is Ann here? Yes. All right. We'll go ahead and start with Ms. Harder.
Yes. Mayor Lyles and City Council members, thank you so much for the work that you do on behalf of our city. My name is Pastor Emily Hartner. I'm the pastor of Holy Trinity Lutheran Church in the Plaza Midwood neighborhood in District 1. So thank you for your representation. As you are aware, affordable housing is a great need in Charlotte. The issue has reached the doorsteps of our own congregation, where we operate a small food pantry that attracts mostly homeless individuals. We also have a homeless person who is currently sleeping on our property and has been sleeping there for about 2 years now. We are happy to support him, but of course it is not an ideal situation. But also, asking him to leave our property is also not ideal. He is not someone who would be suitable for a shelter, and there is nowhere for him to go. I am in full support of the People's Budget on behalf of the Redress Movement, and specifically the $100 million portion for the Housing Trust Fund. Of course, housing for currently homeless individuals is not the only issue in this. Housing costs have risen everywhere in our city. People are consistently being priced out of our beautiful city. So while I am in favor of things like housing first opportunities, I am also in support of the $25 million portion of this bond supporting pathways to home ownership. Partners like the Westside Community Land Trust would enable the city to encourage generational and community wealth through home ownership and not only rentals. Raising the Housing Trust Fund bond from $50 million as it was in 2022 to the $100 million in the current budget would only increase the city's debt load by less than 1% and would provide people like our neighbors, the one that we are helping right now, provide him with stability in his life. It would subsidize the rising cost of construction so that we can treat the most vulnerable among us with dignity and respect.
Thank you. Janie Navarro and Jessica Morno, if you would like to prepare to come down. Ms. Wood, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Wood. I have lived in Charlotte for 36 years in the same house. I'm in District 7. Housing has never been a problem for me and my family. When I was asked to speak to you tonight on behalf of the Redress Movement, I had no idea how I would begin. But on Tuesday, May 7th, I happened to hear Charlotte Talks on WFAE. Mayor Lyles and City Manager Jones were the guests, and they were discussing the city budget and the hearings about it. So I'm going to quote Mayor Lyles to begin my statement. She said, "If we're going to continue to grow and people are going to continue to move here, we have to have a place for them to live." She went on to say that City Manager Jones is recommending $100 million for a bond referendum for affordable housing. That is what the Redress Movement is also asking. The housing fund of $100 million will help cover the rising cost of construction. I would hope that affordable housing can be built in higher opportunity areas, such as the area in the southern part of the county where I live. Having affordable housing there will give more housing choices and reduce economic and racial segregation in Charlotte. $25 million of the bond measure should go toward home ownership, where generational wealth can begin and economic opportunities for the community will increase. We are asking that the whole community of Charlotte have the chance to vote on this bond referendum in the fall. Helping to solve the affordable housing problem in this city can stave off other issues that many face in their lives. Charlotte has been a thriving place for me and my family. For many who can't afford to live here but want to participate in the educational and occupational opportunities that Charlotte offers, the cost of renting or purchasing a home is out of reach.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wood. Janie Navarro.
Hello, my name is Janine Navarro. I'm 21 years old and I've lived in Charlotte my entire life. And I'm here on behalf of my community, Charlotte Hills Mobile Home Park, owned by Riverstone Communities, an out-of-state corporate landlord. I'm here to share consistent issues occurring in my area, those being when Latino tenants request their title after finishing paying their mortgage. They're being told that they can't have their title because they don't have an NC driver's license. And then we're also being fined unreasonably and given violations, to which when we can't fulfill are being told to vacate in 5 days. Even though the North Carolina law says we have 60 for a mobile home park. I'd like for the city of Charlotte to take action and support the people's budget as well as our most vulnerable, as well as address the issues corporate landlords cause our most vulnerable communities. We need tenant protections and investment in communities' own homes, so communities like mine can get out of predatory landlord living situations. Thank you.
All right, Jessica Moreno.
Ooh, give me 1 second. Jessica Moreno. Hi, I'd like to acknowledge the hundreds and thousands of lives that we have lost due to our communities not having a home, due to eviction, due to displacement, due to corporate greed, and the takeover of housing by corporate landlords, due to weak protections for renters. I'd like to acknowledge that this is not a new issue, and it's getting worse. It is getting worse, and we can tell by Sandra, y'all didn't understand her, but she's dealing with corporate landlord issues as well. High rents, predatory practices like Janie and her community. I'm a housing justice organizer with Action NC. I've been working on housing since my community, Oak Haven Mobile Home Park, was displaced in 2017. Now I live in Gastonia, and I work in Charlotte. Yay. Since 2017, I've seen the same cycle of displacement. We believe the solution is investment in green social housing, like the Community Land Trust. So we support the People's Budget request and encourage an investment in the West Side Community Land Trust. We also ask that you consider in the future for investment to corporate or collaborative housing, which would be a perfect solution for communities like Janie, a mobile home park that they can get together and buy their community. It's been done before in other parts of the state. For communities here in Charlotte, we organize housing that is democratically owned and operated. That is the solution that we ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Megan Mack and Liz Clayson Kelly, followed by Kaden Grinnell and Rory Pegram. If you would all come down. Is this Megan?
I'm Megan.
Thank you. If you would go ahead and begin.
Hello, council members and city staff. My name is Megan Mack, and I'm a doctoral student at UNCC. Today, I'm here to advocate for green social housing, or shared equity housing models that are permanently affordable, democratically operated, and socially equitable. These nonprofit, community-led housing models are a third sector of housing. This alternative is needed because the way that we are doing housing is not working. In 2024, we are in the middle of a corporate takeover of housing across the state, and it's estimated that if trends continue, that publicly traded corporations will own 40% of rental properties in the U.S. by 2030. Investing in shared equity models is a mechanism to push back against this takeover of our housing. There are 3 models of social housing: community land trust, housing cooperatives, and deed-restricted land covenants. These models remove the profit motive out of the equation and have a demonstrated ability to provide sustainable and affordable housing. They retain the subsidy dollars invested by embedding them directly into the property and use resale restrictions to ensure that the property remains affordable to households with limited means for perpetuity. The main barrier to its development is upfront capital. A solution to overcome this barrier is funding a revolving low-interest loan account only available to nonprofit mission-aligned organizations. It is revolving because payments on the loan go directly back into the account and are available for the next project. And recoverable funding streams that can capitalize future projects could be a game changer. I am here to beg you, council members, to please invest in social housing models like the local community land trust. Nonprofit, community-operated housing is a third way of doing housing that requires community dollars to take shape. By using common sense, public finance solutions, we can make developing affordable housing more affordable and help to increase shared equity housing in our community. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Clayson Kelly, followed by Ms. Kaden Grinnell.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. I'm Liz Clayson Kelly, leader of Roof Above, one of this community's key partners in working with people in a housing crisis and working to end homelessness every day. I was here just a few months ago when this council passed the recriminalization of certain city ordinances, and I really appreciated during that meeting and throughout the conversation, city staff and members of this council alike spoke of the need for holistic solutions. And investment in those holistic solutions, some of that started right away with investments in public restrooms and expanded street outreach, but we really think this budget is an opportunity to further those holistic solutions. So we're pleased with so much of what is in the city manager's budget, so especially the $100 million Housing Trust Fund. I personally love that. I think it was about 15 years ago I stood at this dais first advocating for Housing Trust Fund. Frankly, it's necessary to have it at $100 million based on the expenses of building and preserving housing today, but we think there are unique opportunities to expand specialized emergency shelter as well as home ownership opportunities to build wealth for families that you've heard about tonight. So we're thrilled to see the expansion of the CARES team. We think that's a critical response, the social work response to 911 calls. And I believe, if I understand correctly, there's also support for Roof Above's Day Services Center, formerly Urban Ministry Center. So we're thrilled with all of this. We believe deeply at Roof Above, and we believe our work shows that the whole community wins when we invest in human potential. We think this community does a great job leveraging private and public funding. We think during COVID and through ARPA funds, we've seen great new grassroots groups like Block Love and Heal Charlotte. So you'll see in the People's Budget support for both grassroots groups and more established groups, and we are grateful for any investment in human potential that this council provides.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Grinnell.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles and distinguished council members. My name is Kaden Grinnell, and I'm here today representing Roof Above as a member of the leadership team overseeing programming for the organization. Each day, our Day Services Center opens its doors to the most vulnerable members of our community and serves as a beacon of hope in our community's fight against homelessness in Mecklenburg County. Operating 365 days a year, our Day Services Center is more than just a building. It's a critical lifeline for those that we serve. Each day, we serve upwards of 250 lunches out of our kitchen, providing not just nutrition, but a moment of normalcy and dignity. In the last 4 months, 466 neighbors have utilized our laundry services, and 594 enjoyed the basic comfort of a shower. In that same span, our dedicated team of service providers have provided critical assistance in vital document retrieval, rental assistance, have connected our neighbors to medical and mental health support, and transportation assistance for hundreds of our neighbors. Our mailroom sorts through and distributes hundreds of pieces of mail each day, giving our neighbors a stable and reliable home address from which to connect employment searches, entitlements applications, and much more. Equally importantly, 113 neighbors have avoided eviction moved into housing, or been connected to housing, thanks to the tireless efforts of our staff, community partners, and the volunteers who all play a critical role in our pursuit to end homelessness. Please remember that each number I mentioned represents a life, a person whose circumstances are being transformed through community effort and compassion. We want to thank you for your support and want you to know that your investment is an investment in the health and safety of our community. Together, we can continue these vital services. We can continue to make a tangible difference, and we can continue to uphold the dignity of every neighbor that comes through our doors.
Mr. Pegram?
Yes.
And then Ms. Deborah Phillips, as well as Greg Jarrell.
Okay, good evening, Council, Mayor. My name's Roy Pegram, and I work for Solid Waste, City of Charlotte. And I just want to, I just want to speak on behalf of the struggle is real. You know, I've been on speaking for the last 3 years on this podium about the struggle of the paychecks that, the wages that we're getting. You know, and we're just hoping that the council that will really look into this $25 an hour, because I'm living paycheck to paycheck. You know, I went from living in a hotel to now I'm living with a roommate. I'm trying to get a house. I love my job. I love working for the city. I work uptown. So when you're uptown and you see how clean it looks, I'm one of the ones that do that. And I get a lot of remarks and compliments from people from out of town saying how beautiful uptown looks. And then they talk to me, and when they find out what I make, they get sad. And it saddens me because I come with a lot of energy, and they're sad because we should be making more than what we're doing. For what we do a lot for the city. And I just ask that y'all really take in consideration this $25 an hour so we can eat. I want a steak every now and then. You know, I want to go on vacation. You know, but I got to budget my money because of the paycheck ain't what it should be. But I'm thankful for what y'all done or giving us the raises that we got. I'm appreciative and I'm thankful for it. And I'm going to work hard each and every day and go to work each and every day. But I want to be compensated for what I do, for what we do. What we do. We're the second fastest growing city in the country. So that's going to make more work on me, more responsibilities on me. I want to be able to go home on Friday looking at my check saying, thank you. Not what am I going to do? Who's not going to get paid? Who's going to Peter pay for Paul? I don't want to live like that because I love my job. Like I said, I want to retire from the city. And I want the 401k to be incorporated the long term.
Thank you. Ms. Phillips?
So I want to, my name
followed
is
by
Deborah
Ms.
Phillips. I want to thank the People's Budget. I think this was a setup because it's no secret that my husband works for the city of Charlotte. And even though I came to advocate for myself, I tell people all the time, we can't afford to live in the city of Charlotte. I just started being able to pay myself. Thank God for those that have advocated so that we can have a budget. But you all being out on those city streets during 2020, and it was just us and Solid Waste at a time that the city was on a lockdown. And then moving people from tent city into motel spaces and seeing city employees. I'm talking about everyday city employees, Solid Waste people, and they ain't paying me y'all to say this. Listen, they're not. But seeing them in that motel space, and I said motel, not hotel. And then when I see them show up at our free grocery events, I love them and I don't think anything different because I count everybody family, but it's hard out here. And me and my family found ourselves homeless in 2021, living in a motel because as you all know, corporate buyers they're buying property sight unseen, and we were just trying to buy a house, you know, hoping to work with Dream Key Partners, and the houses we were looking at that were once $250,000, which was about what we could afford, are now $400,000 to $450,000. I cannot afford to live in the city of Charlotte, and I work in this city advocating for our houseless neighbors
every single day, and it's exhausting. And we try our best to help those that we can. And I could sit up here and spew numbers all day long, but these are lives at stake, you all. These are lives that need to eat. These are families that live overdraft to overdraft. I hear paycheck to paycheck, but the young brother said, when you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, you're doing that overdraft thing. And we've got to get people into housing. We've got to create safe spaces for people that come in, even if they are working for the city. They need to come in and not be considered a number. They need to be considered an individual and look like as such, and not be judged, stigmatized, or prejudged, or any of that for their
Thank
situation.
you very much, Ms. Phillips. Mr. Jarrell.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members, Reverend Greg Gerald, the senior campaign organizer for the Redress Movement here in Charlotte. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 20-year resident of the Enderley Park neighborhood, now in District 2 with Councilmember Graham. And I'm thinking of a couple of neighbors tonight while I'm speaking in support of the People's Budget, and in particular of the Housing Trust Fund portion of that. One is Denise, who recently moved after a long struggle into an apartment supported through Housing Trust Fund dollars. She said to me, "I just feel so relieved." And I'm struck that there are so many people around our city who need relief and more. I'm also thinking of a neighbor, Frank, probably known to a number of you, who was one of the first people to purchase a home through the West Side Community Land Trust. The morning after he bought a house on Tuckasegee Road, at 60 years old, the first time he's been able to own a home, I called him just to check in, and he said, "I felt like a hero waking up in my own bed." He felt like a hero because it was so hard. And it was so hard because of a history of policy that has disenfranchised and displaced people across our city, especially Black people and always poor people. And so this Housing Trust Fund needs your passage. It needs to get onto the ballot so that the rest of the city can pass it. And it needs provisions for affordable homeownership so that Frank is not one of a few, but instead Frank is one of many across our city who now have staying power, who cannot be uprooted easily by the power of policy or by the power of vulture capitalists, but instead is able to pass a home on to his children, to the next generation, to build personal and community wealth. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for your support of this fund.
Our next four speakers, the next four speakers are Corbin Smith, Ben Malacote, Michelle Frenzel, and Fred Robinson. All right, we'll start with, if you'll give me your name.
Yeah, my name is Corbin Smith.
All right, thank you.
You weren't kidding about those stairs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Corbin Smith. I'm a certified public accountant and a District 6 voter. I'm here to speak in support of the Bike Lane proposal to increase the funding to $10 million. One of the things that I wanted to mention is that for the capital improvements plan with transportation initiatives in general, you have a list of assets with construction costs, and it's common, I find, to stop the conversation there. What I wanted to express is these are not just assets, they're commitments. You're saying that if these things break, you're going to fix them, and when they reach the end of their useful lives, you will go ahead and replace them and pay the staff of whoever maintains, patrols them, as well as their pensions. When we plot those costs annually, we might find that things that look cost-effective at first might not be, and it's in that vein that I want to talk about the proposals before you tonight, recycling infrastructure. There is a vast difference in the amount of maintenance requirements for bicycles with respect to their infrastructure than there is for road infrastructure. I did some very rough, admittedly, figures, and the assumptions I used I think were quite conservative, but based on the numbers that I've run, if we convert even a percentage of the vehicle miles traveled in Charlotte from car to either not driving them or to bicycle, we can save somewhere between $800,000 to $600,000 a year. plot that out over the 25 to 30-year useful life of the investments in which we're talking about, and we can realize some savings from these things. Now, I'm happy to share the figures and assumptions that I used. As I said, I think they're very conservative, but moreover, I'd like to encourage the council to ask questions like these and others like them to take a look at the annual cost to carry that infrastructure as opposed to just the construction costs. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Michelle Frenzel, would you? And Ben Malakote would be next. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Frenzel, speaking on behalf of One MEC, a coalition of housing providers, service providers, and community advocates who support diverse neighborhoods and affordable housing for all residents. Tonight, we are here as part of the coalition endorsing the people's budget. One of the best quotes I've heard that sums up our current housing crisis was from James Bradley Lee III, who is probably here tonight. He said, "Can't afford to live in Charlotte, can't afford to leave." I think everyone in this room sincerely wants to change that cycle. City Manager Jones, we thank you for your demonstrated support of the critical $100 million housing bond in the proposed city budget. A robust housing fund is key to the holistic solution Charlotte's housing crisis demands. Why? Construction costs continue to rise, so is the increasing funding critical to sustaining Charlotte's progress in the creation of affordable housing. Housing Trust Fund dollars are critical to obtaining additional funding from federal government and nonprofit organizations. Additional funding from the city will help us leverage these funding sources. There is strong public support for affordable housing. About 70% of voters consistently approve the bond referendum for the Housing Trust Fund. Charlotte is a vibrant, growing city and can well afford the additional bond issuance. Doubling of the current Housing Trust Fund allocation will incur less than 1% additional debt for the city. We respectfully request a people-first budget that provides stability, dignity, justice, and as a result, better outcomes for everyone. Simply put, we want affordable housing options so that everyone that makes Charlotte, Charlotte can afford to live, survive, and thrive here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Malakote?
Good evening. My name is Ben Malakote, and I live in District 1. I'm here tonight with the Redress Movement to speak in support of the people's budget and to thank you for the portions of that budget that have made it into the proposal, particularly the $100 million Housing Trust Fund, and as we've learned tonight, support for Roof Above's Day Services Center. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I'm here tonight as one of about 16 members of Covenant Presbyterian Church in Dilworth, seated up here in the choir loft. We're here tonight, as are other faith leaders, because we know that a budget is a moral document that reflects the values and priorities of its community. And so we say in as clear a voice as we know how, our values demand that every person have a decent place to live, and that every person experiencing homelessness be extended the same care that we would want for our children, our parents, or ourselves. In support of that, I would say two things to you. The first is very simple. We want you to spend our money on these things. We are willing to pay for them. We're not shy about saying it tonight, and if our friends and neighbors disagree, we won't be shy about saying it to them either. Pass this budget, and we will have your backs in this community. The second is this. The faith communities that are represented here tonight are not asking you to do anything that we're not willing to do ourselves. For our part, Covenant has raised and invested millions of dollars in support of affordable housing. We've taken on projects that, frankly, scared us to death because of their size and scope. And we are not remotely alone in pulling that oar. Your city's faith communities, your civic organizations, and nonprofits have been bold in pursuing a solution to this affordable housing crisis. Thank you for being bold with us.
Mr. Robinson, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Mayor Lyles and Mayor Pro Tem Anderson and
City Manager Jones and the rest of the City Council. My name is Fred Robbins, and I'm a theologian, and I wear several other hats, of which I don't need to get in, but I'm primarily tonight a member of the redress movement in Charlotte. So why my presence tonight? Well, I'm here to show up, stand up, and speak up for justice. If it were not for injustice, man would not know what justice is. I'm here to address the issues, voice concerns, and champion ideas that can bring about positive change. The primary concerns are central to the bond attainment and bond projects that are important to this community. The Charlotte that we enjoy today is due in large part to the investments that were made in the past. The city we will enjoy in the future will come from investments we make today. Meeting Charlotte's infrastructure and housing needs are vital to our regional's health and sustaining our reputation as a great place to live, work, and play. Those housing trust funds would provide flexibility for our City of Charlotte and the County of Mecklenburg governments to meet local needs, including emergency rent assistance, addressing the housing and health needs of people experiencing homelessness, and building and preserving affordable housing.
Thank you. I believe is Courtney Shudak, if I said that correctly. And could I have the next three speakers, Holly Flom, James Burke, Cassandra Lilly, and Caitlin Martin? Come down, please. Please.
Good evening. My name's Courtney Shudak. Thank you for your service and time being here today. I live in District 1 and I work in bank finance. I'm here today, though, joining my friends from Covenant Presbyterian Church and speaking on behalf of the redress movement. My comments come from the lens of my faith as well as my understanding of economics and finance and what is practical for the city. I support the $100 million housing trust fund included in today's People's Budget proposal, which will help to cover the rising cost of housing and construction by doubling the amount of the city's past housing bonds. And for that, thank you. I know, and more importantly, each of you know, that stable housing is a key factor in reducing individuals' reliance on a wide array of city services. It's a key ingredient in flourishing for individuals and families in our city. In the relationships that I've been able to build with our unhoused neighbors through Room in the Inn ministries, I have repeatedly seen this to be true in their stories. The last time that I had the opportunity to spend time with Room in the Inn was the week before Easter and the week before the services stopped for the winter season. I met a neighbor named Rachel who shared with me about many of the traumas that she experienced directly related to her lack of housing and the fact that she was periodically living within a car when she even had the car. So I think of Rachel when I share with you today of my support for HTF. While it is exciting to see the city's leadership increase investment in housing affordability, my experience in finance tells me that the way in which we direct this investment also matters. To build generational wealth and to help families, more Charlotteans need a pathway to home ownership, not just rental opportunities. As many have said before me, 25%.
Thank you.
Directed.
Ms. Foam?
Hi. Good evening, Council. My name is Holly Flum. Some people know me as Holly Hayes. I'll get to that in a minute. I stand before you not just as a 30-year resident of Charlotte, but as a passionate advocate for the animals in our community. I'm from District 2, by the way. In my role as a shelter, volunteer, and foster, I have witnessed firsthand the challenges faced by our underfunded municipal shelter. As a radio personality here in Charlotte, I have shared these challenges with my audience on the air and social media. and I will continue to make the public very aware. For the 2025 budget, you're proposing 10 new staff positions for animal services. That's a good start, but it's not enough. I'm here to ask you to take action on 2 critical requests that we have been begging for over a year. First, to make animal services an independent city department, providing it with autonomy and resources to effectively carry out its mission. Second, to allocate funding for a new, adequately designed shelter that could accommodate the growing needs of our city and our community. Shelter was built 31 years ago when the population here was 440,000. We are now at what, 1 million? Thank you to the Councilmember Brown for visiting our shelter and for responding to my email very promptly, by the way. And I look forward to seeing the rest of you there as well. Please do what's right and properly structure and fund Charlotte-Mecklenburg Animal Care and Control. Thank you.
Mr. Blake?
Thank you.
Jimmy Burke.
Oh, Burke, I'm sorry.
That's all right, I've been called.
I've been getting a little cross-eyed right now, to tell you the truth. So, Mr. Burke and then Miss Lilly. Oh, right over here. All right, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I've had the opportunity to speak in front of you before, and I appreciate it very much. I volunteer at the animal shelter, and I'm going to reiterate part of what you just heard. We want to thank you collectively for what you've done and the $610,000 that is appropriated in the budget for the 10 new positions. We appreciate that very much. Unfortunately, that is not enough. As was mentioned, we need a new shelter. Charlotte is the 14th largest city in the country. It is the 5th fastest growing city in the country, and projections between now and the next census in 2030 are that Charlotte will be the fastest growing large city in the country. Obviously, these statistics speak to the fact that we need a new shelter. The one we have is antiquated. It does not take care of the needs of the community. It does not take care of the needs of the animals that we are charged with taking care of. While we appreciate everything that the council has done, we look forward to your efforts to move forward with a new shelter. We also look forward to the opportunity to be an autonomous city department. It is time that we are no longer under CMPD. As I understand it, the chief would prefer we not be. Our director would prefer we not be. So if those 2 division leaders would prefer to be autonomous, it would seem to make sense that we should be autonomous. I will close with this. Proverbs 31:8 says, "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute."
Thank you. Ms. Lilly?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassandra Lilly, and thank you again for the budget for a new vet and staff at the shelter. Like it was said, it's a start. I'm a veterinarian, and I currently work for the Humane Society of Union County. We see so many stray and shelter fosters in our little clinic. Luckily, euthanasia doesn't happen often due to the caring hearts and likely the fact that we're a smaller county. I would love for you to quickly imagine something with me. Imagine you're in the shelter and a healthy dog happily runs up to you as you approach the dog run with a leash. They think you're about to take them for a walk, but they don't know what you're really about to do. You're about to leash them up and take them to the back. They are on a leash, wagging their tail, prancing as they walk with you. Eventually, you bring them behind a door, and someone holds them tightly as they are jabbed with a needle full of sedative. Slowly, they start to collapse. This is not the outing they expected. They are basically paralyzed or dissociated. Now, imagine you're the vet who has to look at this healthy animal, not the first one you've ever seen, but 100th or 1,000th, and you have to suppress your emotions because this must be done. You pull up another syringe of drugs and prepare to say goodbye. The injection goes into the healthy animal's vein, and you see the dog's chest stop expanding and and contracting. You place your stethoscope on their chest and listen to the heartbeat slow and then stop. This once happy, healthy companion animal is now dead and must be cremated. All of this because there is no room at the shelter. There are no funds to help advertise and advocate for those abandoned pets. These are some of the reasons that Friends of CMAS has started this campaign for the shelter to have its own funding. We don't want healthy animals or compassionate veterinarians and other shelter workers having to be a part of this routine. We don't want this routine at all. And with your help, we may never have to imagine this scenario again.
Thank you. Our next speakers, if we could have the next group of speakers, Caitlin Martin, Sierra Mastelik, Katie Fioroli, and Dominique Harris. Following that, we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back and complete the hearing. All right? Thank you.
Council, thank you for your time. My name is Caitlin Martin, and for the past 2.5 years, I've dedicated myself to volunteering and fostering for the animal shelter. I've seen firsthand the struggles faced by the animals, the staff, and the public who often cannot get the help that they need. Before moving to Charlotte, I volunteered at another open admission municipal shelter, and the difference in conditions are stark. There, I felt staff, volunteers, and animals fared much better because they were provided with adequate funding. I genuinely enjoyed being there, caring for the animals, and helping the public. While I love being able to give back, the utter sadness that I witness at our city animal shelter keeps me up at night. While we appreciate the city manager's recommendation for additional staff, it's not enough. We still urgently need animal services to be an independent city department, and we need a new shelter that is designed for our growing city. This year alone, in less than 5 months in, 300 animals have been euthanized due to the lack of resources that we have. When the budget was proposed, the city manager touted Charlotte as a wonderful place to work, and indeed it is for many city employees. But as you have heard tonight, it does feel that many have been forgotten, and this does include animal services. I encourage you to consider the importance of animal services, not just for the animals, but for the well-being of our city as a whole. Please make animal services an independent city department and fund a new shelter. Thank you.
I'm Sierra Maslak. Nearly 300 dogs. Did you guys hear that? In 5 months, nearly 300 dogs. That's how many were euthanized this year alone due to lack of resources and space. And that number would be a hell of a lot higher if it weren't for all of my fellow volunteers and foster parents who continuously step up because our city continues to fail this department and fail these animals. If animals' lives don't matter to you, does the well-being of your city's employees matter to you? Can you even begin to imagine the jobs of the staff members that have to pick which dogs lose their lives? Or the jobs of those who have to retrieve the dog from the kennel, watching them wag their tail excitedly, thinking they finally get to go play outside after possibly days of being cooped up, having to walk that dog down the hallway and onto the vet table, where they will have to look into the eyes of this unconditionally loving animal, trying to make them understand that it wasn't their fault. I feel more terrible for the staff that has to work in this environment than I do the dogs losing their lives. And that says a lot because I would do anything for these dogs. At least the dogs get to go somewhere hopefully better. Staff has to keep living this nightmare week after week after week. I've watched this cycle of trauma happen at the shelter for the past 3 years I've volunteered there. We need a new shelter. We outgrew that shelter years ago, and this is beyond overdue. We need animal services to be designated as an independent city department. Although we appreciate that the city is proposing to add 10 new staff positions for animal services, that is not enough. By the way, sitting here listening to all these other people talk, everything's directly correlated. Unaffordable housing means that people are having to drop their dogs off at the shelter's doors because they have nowhere else to go. Please take action. Until then, we will continue to be here every single month, just like we have been for the past year. Thank you.
Please.
Good evening. My name is Kitty Ferrioli, and I'm a constituent living in District 1 and will be moving to District 6 in 2 weeks. I have worked in public health and behavioral health services since moving here in 2015. I currently volunteer extensively with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Animal Care and Control, and I serve as a board member for the nonprofit Friends of CMAS, which seeks to support ACC and its life-saving work. I want to start by thanking Council for the 10 new positions for ACC. This is an excellent starting point in providing necessary personnel, but it is not enough. For over a year, we have been here at every single meeting asking for the following 2 items. Number 1, we need a new shelter. The shelter was built over 30 years ago and is no longer capable of supporting the population of the county. Expansion of the airport in that area will add noise pollution harmful to both workers and animals alike. Number 2, animal care and control must become an independent city department. This will reduce red tape and ensure that the staff there can easily make recommendations and requests directly to the city manager. I have spoken here before about the relationship between animal support services and mental health. This issue is so closely tied to the items like homelessness, food insecurity, healthcare infrastructure, and other items I know are top of mind to council. I run the social media account for the Friends of CMAS nonprofit, and I am inundated daily by requests for help from families in need throughout the county. While at the shelter, I see staff and volunteers doing all within their power to save lives, but we are facing odds that are currently insurmountable due to lack of resources. City workers are tasked with walking dogs down the hallway to be euthanized and then shoveling their remains into the incinerators. The trauma of this work is undeniable, and yet staff and community members continue to show up in ways I find remarkable. Staff and volunteers are exhausted. We show up, but it is now your turn to support them. Previously, I voted for Mayor Lyles and Councilmember Anderson. I want to specifically thank Councilmember Anderson for your clear dedication to animal welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. Dominique Harris. Dominique Harris. He's not here. So I have 7:55 or 59. I can't even see. 7:55. That's 7:56. We're going to take a 10-minute break so that everybody can regroup. We'll be back after that. So we're going to please give us attention. Thank you very much.
That's Dante's fault to be somebody here.
with our next group of speakers, Tanyetta Isaacs, Mike Murphy, Gary Kinsley, and Stephen Whalen. Tanyetta Isaacs, Mike Murphy, Gary Kingsley, Stephen Whalen. Are any of... Okay, thank you. Okay.
Just the 33 million we need to not raise taxes.
Oh,
All right, who would like to give me your name and would you like? Yes, please begin.
My name is Mike Murphy, and I'm here in support of increased funding for the Charlotte Bicycle Program. I believe this to be a good investment, not only for recreational biking and fitness, but also for transportation to and from work. In my remarks, I'd like to specifically focus on bike commuting. For about 20 years, I've been riding out to my job at UNC Charlotte. Back when I started, there weren't any bike lanes in Charlotte. And over the years, as the bike infrastructure has developed and the miles of bike lanes have increased, it's gotten easier and easier. But despite the greater connectivity and safety provided by the Charlotte Bicycle Plan, I think it's still a challenge for the average bike rider to ride recreationally in our city, especially if your destination is not uptown. The good news is that within the last couple of years, a relatively direct route has opened up to the UNC campus from, well, the Noda neighborhood, which has good connectivity to the rest of Northeast Charlotte. And the new greenways at Eastway Recreation Center and Toby Creek have made this possible, and it will continue to improve when they extend the Toby Creek Greenway to Orr Road in the Hidden Valley neighborhood. This new connectivity of the University of Charlotte is an example of the success and the potential of the Charlotte Bicycle Plan. I believe that further development of bicycle infrastructure will encourage more people to get out of their cars, which are often stalled in traffic, and discover the rewards, as I did, of combining commuting and exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kingsley?
Hi, my name's Jerry Kingsley, and I'm here also to advocate for the Sustain Charlotte's proposal to increase the funding for the bicycle program to $10 million annually. I am advocating on behalf of two distinct groups, so it's not just a small subset of people that are advocating for this. I represent the Noda Neighborhood and Business Association. At our last neighborhood meeting, we brought this up for a vote, and the members voted to engage in this advocacy. The vote was unanimously in favor of supporting this budget. We're a neighborhood of thousands of Charlotte residents, your constituents and voters. I also represent the Sierra Club. I'm on the North Carolina chapter's executive committee, where I serve as vice chair, and I also chair the Central Piedmont group, which is housed locally here in Charlotte. We also had a vote and voted to advocate for this. So you'll be getting letters from both of these groups on our behalf. Again, the same with the Noda NBA. The Sierra Club has thousands of members in Charlotte. And I guess the point that I would make here, that I would leave you with, is that the advocacy and the enthusiasm for bicycle facilities and the request to spend additional dollars on these facilities is very widespread and comes from a very diverse set of people with different backgrounds. So I urge you to add the fundings to this budget. Just as an aside, I started commuting here. I moved here 25 years ago in District 4, and I did the opposite commute of the previous speaker. I commuted from University City into Uptown. Now I've moved into Noda, and I have a much shorter and easier commute. And I got an e-bike, which is a game changer, so I would urge that as well. But I appreciate the change that has occurred over the last 25 years, so very thankful for that. But we're so close to the finish line. let's not stop now. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you. Stephen Whalen?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. Whalen, thank you.
Hello, Mayor Lyles.
Hi.
Thank you very much, council members. Thank you for the time. I am here on behalf of Sustain Charlotte, however, not from a transportation sense, but as an advocate for mental health support. As a business owner, a Duke certified health and wellness coach, also a part-time worker in the bicycle and hiking outfitter industry, and an avid cyclist who utilizes the roads and greenways in and around Charlotte from my own mental health and as a commuter. I have boots on the ground experience of interacting with many individuals desperately wanting to turn their lives around, not from handouts, but by positive lifestyle changes. One of the most economical ways to do this is by providing more accessibility to the greenways through continued support of bike lanes. As those wanting to build self-esteem by taking ownership of healthy choices, individuals, many studies find, these choices can break vicious cycles into more virtuous cycles. I commend the city for the past efforts, but strongly urge robust funding to support these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Tanetta Isaacs, is she here? Want to make sure. All right, our next four speakers are Frank Devine, Jacob Anterina, and Kevin Dillon, and Michaela Benter.
Hi, good evening. My name is Frank Devine. I'm currently serving as the chair of Charlotte's Bicycle Advisory Committee. Mouthful, that's why we always just call it the BAC. I'm here tonight to ask that the city properly funds the bicycle program to the tune of $20 million per bond cycle. This is not a new request. We sent a letter to city manager and city council on March 27th asking for such. It's the same amount Sustain Charlotte is advocating for. Just some back-of-napkin math. The way we got to that $20 million is we're committed to build 10 miles of all ages and abilities bike lanes in the city of Charlotte per year. That was initially passed in 2017. Since that time, Charlotte's done it once, and that's just painted bike lanes. That's not necessarily protected or something you'd feel comfortable riding with a kid. That's just a bike lane. So if you want to get serious about our 2040 mobility plan and actually closing the gap of 100 miles to go, we need to actually fund 10 miles per year of all ages and abilities. That's what it's going to take. We hear everybody talking about the budget concerns they have. Think how much of a relief it is going from 2 cars to 1 or even 1 car to going car-free in the city of Charlotte. That's another $10,000, $20,000 a year that people could have back. And then, if we look at it, bike lanes make streets safer for everybody. So when it comes to Vision Zero, which we're going the wrong direction if you haven't noticed, we're seeing more deaths on the road. Bike lanes make it safer for everybody, whether you're driving, walking, rollerblading, however you choose to get around. Bike lanes are the one piece of infrastructure that makes it safer for everybody. And with that being said, we're still choosing to spend 25% more on road widening projects in the city of Charlotte per year. If one more lane was a legitimate solution, the cities of Atlanta and Los Angeles would be lovely to drive in. I assure you they're not, right? So when it comes down to we have a limited budget, we have the largest transportation bond ever proposed in the city of Charlotte, and you're keeping bike program funding flat? With the inflation, you're basically spending less on bikes with the biggest transportation bond we've ever had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacob Anterina? No? Okay, all right. Kevin Dillon? Kevin Dillon? All right. Michaela Benter.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, City Manager Jones, and City Council people. My name is Michaela Benter, and I'm speaking in support of and the necessity for continued arts and culture funding in Charlotte. As a local artist and full-time nonprofit employee of Charlotte is Creative, I am a product of the power that is funding the arts. In 2020, I began my journey of becoming a full-time artist and with the continued support funding and amplification of my creative community. I have received my first mural, my first grant from Charlotte is Creative, my first event funded and supported by Davida Galloway, and participated in my first group show, Local Street, curated by Carla Aaron Lopez at the Mint Museum. It was my first experience in a museum, and it was not my last. Within the last 4 years, I've had my work in several museums uptown, painted and installed works around Charlotte, organized events for the Mint and along Beatty's Ford Road, across our city, developed relationships with entities like Park and Rec, the Carolina Panthers, the Charlotte Hornets, our local arts institutions and organizations, and I did not do it by myself. Funding our arts community is funding artists like myself. It is a creative community, both institutional, grassroots, that have provided the framework for our creative culture in Charlotte to develop into an eclectic fabric of experiences, ages, occupations, and abilities that make our city better. Arts funding provides experiences and opportunities to our greater city and aid in the expression of what it is to be a Charlottean. In funding our arts, you are funding our culture. We are the food, the art, the live music, the bars, the breweries, the photo ops, and theater. Everyone is creative because Charlotte is creative, and everyone benefits from the funding of arts and culture in Charlotte. Thank you.
Our next four speakers, James Mina, Tim Miner, Aisha Cravata, and Catherine Horn. I'm sorry. I see Todd Herman. Was it Todd Herman or Clayton Seeley that was going to speak? Clayton, thank you. All right, so I'll start again. Clayton Seeley, James Mina, Tim Miner, Aisha Cravata, and then Catherine Horn.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, Council, and City staff. I'm Clayton Seeley, the Mint Museum's Marketing Director and a Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commissioner. I'm stepping in today for Todd, our CEO, as well as Ruby Britt Height, our Director of Community Relations and a co-leader of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Belonging, and Accessibility at the Mint Museum, where she's been for 16 years. She's a member of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Arts Commission and helped open this building that we're in today as a city staffer. These are her words, and I echo them wholeheartedly. As a leader of the Mint's community program, I thank you for supporting our efforts and welcoming hundreds of thousands of students, visitors, and families. Our educational programs include tours where students engage deeply with art, practicing mindfulness and creativity. We provide a vital third place, a safe and welcoming space for all visitors of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities. Our Star Gallery showcases student artwork from around the city, giving young artists a platform to celebrate their talents. This Sunday, we host the 12th Congressional District High School Art Competition finalists. We'd love for you to join us. During COVID-19, we created over 20,000 free art kits for families and continue to deliver joy to students and families today. Our Gur Heights Youth Arts Program celebrates 20 years this fall and has very personally impacted 500 students through art, history, creative classes, fostering self-awareness and community pride. We host the annual African Brazilian Festival with UNC Charlotte, providing cultural dance education. Our bi-monthly Mint to Move Cultural Dance Night unites hundreds through dance. Art is a catalyst for positive change. Your support helps us sustain impactful art education, fostering Charlotte's growth, and we bring an estimated 50 million of economic impact.
Thank you. Mr.
Good evening.
Mina.
I'm James Mina. I'm the director and principal conductor of Opera Carolina. I have been in this community 25 years, and one of the wonderful things that drew me to escape from Cleveland, Charlotte, was the fact that this cultural community is a cultural community. You may have noticed I was sitting up with my colleagues, Doug Singleton and Todd Herman, and I've seen my friends, Catherine Horn and Terry White. That is unusual, just as Charlotte is unusual. And we are unusual because we work together for the benefit of the entire community. And art is not a luxury. It's a necessity if we want to have a complete community. So on behalf of the 70,000 plus young people and adults and artists who Opera Carolina interfaces with every year, we completely support this marvelous budget, because in our thinking, this budget is not about either or. It is about the holistic health of this community. And I thank you for your service, and I thank my colleagues, and I thank, as a citizen, all the wonderful people who have been here advocating for those things that they believe in. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Aisha Pravada. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over Tim Minor. I don't know how I could do that. I think that means you have to do a song for me.
Make us laugh, Tim.
Mayor, I am happy to do that if you agree to double the arts budget. For a mere $11 million, I will
let's see now.
all night long.
How about,
Let's do it. I don't think she has a vote on that, bud.
I know.
What was that, Councilman?
Is there a negotiation here now that's taking place? Let's see.
I'm happy
All
to
right,
do
go ahead. I'm sorry. Mike's missing
I
it.
appreciate it. Good
Hi.
evening, Mayor Lyles, City Manager Jones, and honorable members of the City Council. I'm Tim Minor, co-founder of Charlotte is Creative. A few months ago, it was my honor to be here with my colleagues from the Mint Museum and our mutual partner, Carla Aaron Lopez, to thank you for supporting the Infusion Fund and the Opportunity Fund, whose monies made it possible to execute the local street installation at the Mint, Uptown, featuring the work of nearly 100 creatives. That exhibition was significant because it featured the original work of local visual artists on the walls of the Mint, but also because it was designed to help them find new markets and build their businesses. Like Carla, our work at Charlotte is Creative is to help emerging and under-resourced and creators and makers see themselves as businesses and be supported as small business owners. They are creative entrepreneurs, and when you invest in the arts, you are investing in jobs. That's an idea that the Mint has championed too, and I urge you to approve the $11 million in proposed arts funding in their packets tonight. Over the years, the Mint has made considerable efforts to partner with dozens of artists like Carla, Davida Galloway, Idisol Gonzalez, Milan Din, and organizations like Charlotte is Creative, Black Market Charlotte, and so many others, to elevate the work of local creatives. They didn't have to do that, but they looked beyond their own walls and shared resources with others for mutual benefit. And they did this because it was good for everyone. It lifted everyone. I hope that the proposed funds will also expand into arts organizations and cultural organizations like the Museum of History, who've not received operational funding like that before, and that those funds continue to create opportunities for independent creatives. Our city's creatives and cultural nonprofits are building Charlotte's reputation as a destination for innovation in art as well as business. Companies move here, grow here, hire here, but getting them here is only half the battle. Keeping their employees and keeping them happy is here, and arts and culture play a pivotal role in that. They come here looking for a culture of culture, and that takes money.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Aisha.
Good evening. My name is Aisha McMillan Cravata, and I'm the Academy Director at Charlotte Ballet. I moved to Charlotte in 2002 from Houston, Texas, to work as an artist for North Carolina Dance Theater. Even after I retired from the stage in 2007, I've remained on staff at Charlotte Ballet, and for 22 years have enjoyed a front row perspective on the powerful impact of arts and culture throughout my adopted home city of Charlotte. As the Academy Director at Charlotte Ballet, I see our students from all over the city thrive in the midst of their arts education and training. The ballet operates in communities throughout the city, in K-12 school programs, and in recreation centers throughout the city as we partner with the county. Over the course of a year, Charlotte Ballet underwrites over $250,000 in scholarships for our students. It's been my joy to see our students go on to work as artists around the globe. Whether they become professional dancers, choreographers, or physical therapists, or emergency medical technicians, wherever our graduates of the ballet go, they represent Charlotte and the wealth of support and opportunity they received here. In the arts sector, that is workforce development. Charlotte's arts and culture sector earns this investment, and we thank you so much for this. We return it to our community every day in the form of education, jobs like mine, and nationally recognized identity. Thank you for your time today. Thank you so much for your investment.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Horn, President and CEO of Discovery Place, and as well as the Charlotte Museum of Nature. And Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, members of council, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. I am speaking in support of this very generous commitment that City Council and the county administration, the city administration has committed in the budget for this coming year to help stabilize and utilize the work of the arts and science sector. I believe I might be the lone science representative this evening, and of course we are largely outnumbered by our arts friends in terms of institutions, but let me tell you that no one serves the large number of Charlotteans and tourists to Charlotte quite like Discovery Place does, with more than 750,000 visitors each year, and that includes half of those being adults, tax-paying citizens, as well as the youth who are seeking to find their futures. And we are so thrilled that we are able to, in many ways, help them find a passion in science, technology, engineering, and math. Nowhere is that more close to my heart and the hearts of our team than in the youth development programs that we provide to CMS schools through after-school programs, as well as, of course, the programs that they have during the school day through outreach and field trips. But that work helps students find their futures, and we want them to find them in Uptown Charlotte. And that is one of the greatest things about bringing young people, whether it be on field trips or with family settings, to come to the center of our city and see the magic that unfolds and helps them see in their futures. Thank you.
Our next four speakers are Carla Aaron Lopez, Davida Galloway, Cindy Patterson, and Kevin Patterson. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles,
Good evening.
City Manager, Mr. Jones, and all of City Council. We just recently spoke with each other, and now here we are again. And based on today's conversations, I would like to start off with this statement. Art is not a hobby. Art is my job. And I'm here to continue my advocacy on behalf of my continued partnerships with the Mint Museum. The Mint Museum and Charlotte is Creative gave me the opportunity to conquer a fear, and I titled it Local Street. And yes, I have given over 100 artists an opportunity to extend their careers. But based on the conversations I've heard last night, I must let you know that I am a native of Charlotte. I am a CMS teacher, and I cannot afford to live anywhere in Charlotte. I am no different than the service workers before me, yet I have no intention of moving away from home. For 3 years, my partnerships with the Mint Museum, Charlotte is Creative, Black Market Charlotte, and Dup and SWAT, we have become the cultural producers and the cultural identifiers for those out of town. People do not come to Charlotte to visit banks. Who does that? Banks don't have visitor shops with little knickknacks and things to cherish the memories of their experiences. People do come for our sports teams, and before they walk into BOA, before they go to Spectrum, before they attend Charlotte FC clubs, they are walking downtown, contributing to our local economies and participating in the exhibitions we are pulling off on the ground. We are creating Charlotte's identity on the ground, adding to what Old Black Charlotte has created as a native. I would appreciate you to think wisely and vote properly, unanimously, in support of the Mint Museum. I am King Carla signing off. Good night.
Good night. Davida, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to just start.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting
Okay,
ready to.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, council. Yes, Davida Galloway, I'm an entrepreneur creating and providing opportunities for other artsy folk via Dup and Swat and Hugh House by any means, and I do mean by any means. When asked to express support for the Mint Museum and arts funding, my reply was simply whatever you need. You see, I felt happily and dutifully obligated to return what has been provided and honestly given to me throughout our years in collaborating, whatever I needed. In working with the Mint Museum, I continuously feel seen, heard, humanized, and provided opportunity, space, and platform to dream, create, and continue to make impact in community, no matter how crazy or far-fetched the idea. When I say community, yes, I mean Black people, but I also mean all artists, creatives, art enthusiasts, and novices. You see, we've had quite a few firsts at the Mint. Take the Kiki Ball 101, for example, where there was record-breaking numbers in attendance, and the queer community was celebrated and given space to safely and genuinely express themselves. Too bad that can't be seen everywhere in Charlotte. Or take Adornment, my current exhibit at the Mint Museum, where 11 of the 13 exhibiting artists are newbies, new to the exhibition world, clearly not in creating and arting. They, just like so many, needed the chance, opportunity, and space. The Mint Museum provided them that. When I say community, yes, I mean Black people. I also mean individuals of every race and ethnicity, as well as every socioeconomic status. When I say community, I mean everyone, because art is for everyone, right? When you enter the Uptown location, that's what you see highlighted in bold color. Art is for everyone. And it's not to check a box or to look cool. It's their why and their how, and it's how lives are being changed. It's how my life was changed. My name is Davida Galloway. All right.
Thank you. Cindy Patterson. Kevin Patterson.
Good afternoon. I think I'll go first and then follow with Cindy, if you don't mind. Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Temp, council persons, and of course, city manager. I'm Kevin Patterson. As you all know, along with my sister there, Cindy Patterson, we were appointed as co-chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board that you put in place. I'm not going to bore you with the cultural plan that you've already seen. You know what's on the table in terms of $11 million. I'm at awe when first of all, I'm not an artist, so I'm going to say that straight. I'm at awe when I hear the artists, see their passion, and see the things that they do. Obviously, I want you to support these dollars, but I want to take it from a different perspective. So if you just give me a couple of minutes to do that. We heard about affordable housing needs. We've heard about other needs in this community. They are all very, very important. One of the things I love about this arts campaign is it can change the trajectory of Charlotte. And what I mean by that, from an economic development point, the monies that you put in the arts will more than tenfold return to you in terms of economic development. What I mean by that, and it was mentioned earlier, it'll bring corporations, they will stay here when they have their employees see an opportunity, see an opportunity to enjoy this community that they may not have known before. You will see downtown businesses thrive when the arts community thrives. You have buildings that the city pays for. When they're full of artists, it's not just the artists that are there, but it is citizens throughout this community. When you look at the cultural plan and look at the diversity elements within the plan, it talks about making arts and culture for everybody. And when you do that, you make a difference in this community.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you all for having us. First, I want to thank the city manager and the mayor and the council for appointing this group of people. That we've been together for 3 years. We started in the fall of 2021 to do a strategic plan and also through increased funding by both the city, the private sector, we were able to have more money into the system, substantial increases, particularly to what we call ALALA groups and others. And we've been able to somewhat stabilize the arts in Charlotte and open the door for the kind of things that Carla and Jen is going to speak to you about and others, because that was a little touch and go, but we have significantly increased the funding to that and to grassroots organizations. What we're asking is, I can't thank the committee that worked on this enough. It's been a long haul, a bit of a slog. There are 8 recommendations in the report. You've seen it. But the first 3 are critical. Funding, to get us to a place where we're sustainable, the arts are sustainable in Charlotte, and they have the opportunity to grow. That we can lean in again on arts education, that we can lean in on smaller organizations and grassroots. We can go into neighborhoods. There's just so much that could be done. And secondly, that growth, to create the growth that brings other artists to Charlotte. We're becoming a place that artists want to come to. That's a very different world than it was a long time ago, or even 20 years ago. So you've made that possible by putting this committee in place. We've done our work. Some of us are saying, okay, we're getting short timers, as we say. But this is the last piece of it. And all the pieces are there. If the funding's there, we've put together how to the governance measure that. So that's critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jen Edwards, Jen. Sadul Edwards and Terry White.
Hi. Hi, I'm Jen Sudol Edwards. I'm the Chief Curator and Curator of Contemporary Art at the Mint Museum. And I want to thank Mayor Lyles, our City Manager Jones, and the rest of the council members for, yes, as Cindy Patterson mentioned, pushing forward this really bold funding plan for the arts in Charlotte. But I wanted to come here today and also just let you know how important it is for our large cultural institutions to not only receive the funding that we need to do our jobs, and I am so grateful to Davida and Carla and Tim and Michaela for outlining the way that the Mint specifically commits to our Charlotte community to help them do their jobs. But I also wanted to mention how important it is for us to have a commitment that's longer than just a year, to think about the long-term funding that we need to know is in place so that we can commit to these artists, commit to these larger projects that need a 2, 3, 4-year runway. So not just 1 year, but knowing that we will be secure for at least 2 to 3 years to come. So as my fellow artists talked about, the Mint has been committed to bringing their work into the museum spaces to show alongside more internationally recognizable names like Annie Leibovitz, Anna Sui, and Pablo Picasso. When the Mint had the Picasso exhibition last year, we welcomed an incredible number of people. Throughout that year, we had 98 of North Carolina's 100 counties represented in the museum. All 50 states made an appearance and 48 different countries. When people came to see Picasso's landscapes, they also saw an exhibition devoted to Romare Bearden in conversation with Picasso, and they saw 10 of Charlotte's muralists on view, not only in the Mint Museum, but throughout the city. This was a huge step for us to equate this international artist with our locals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. White?
Oh, man, now I'm nervous. Good evening, all. My name is Terry White, President and CEO of the Charlotte Museum of History. I want to thank you for the $11 million that you have allocated for the arts, but gently remind you, you forgot us. So we are asking here tonight to be included. In the last year and a half since I have been president of CMH, we have undergone a massive cultural and operational change to move away from the isolationist and elitist past that we had to become an inclusive, fiscally responsible institution that we are today. We are the city's oldest history museum with roots at our site going back to the 1940s. We take care of the county's oldest home, which turns 250 this fall. We are mere weeks away, thank God, from reopening the historic Siloam School to the public. We have partnered with local organizations of all sizes to provide engaging and innovative programs and exhibits, and we do this on shoestring budgets and prayers. Every metric the museum can directly control has improved substantially. Our overall income is up 23% from last year. Contributed income is double what it was in fiscal year 23, and our fundraisers are more productive than ever. However, we make these improvements at the bottom of a hole that decades of neglect and divestment have left us in. We are asking for a one-time infusion of cash to help us level set once and for all from our past debts and to be included in the fiscal year 25 budget and each year moving forward with an annual allotment of resources to help us maintain our 8-acre campus. Since I've taken the helm, Charlotte Museum of History has spent more than $3.2 million on operations, exhibits, and programs, 73% of which went right back into the local economy. Our small business spending is up 189%, and roughly 1/3 of that is spent with women and minority-owned companies. We're doing this by robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we can no longer wait to patiently wait until next year. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Micah Belong, Kenneth Robinson, Justin Harlow, and Ishmael Quayam. If you would join us down, please.
My name is Micah Belong, and I'm a minister of the gospel to those on the outside. The fish have the sea, and the birds have the trees, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. Jesus Christ was a homeless man. Now, I've been thinking a lot about something that Representative Bakari, Councilmember Bakari, said last time, that we shouldn't be throwing good money after bad when he dismissed the idea that we should fund affordable housing. Well, your government came out and did these listening sessions, and they admitted that every time we invest in affordable housing, the last couple times we've done it, we put $50 million there, and we've been able to build new units at about $8,000 every time. You know how much that is equivalent to? 1 night in jail in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg system. We can put permanent housing permanently in our community for the same cost as 1 night in prison. So why are we throwing good money after bad by continually funding the police instead of the things that actually solve the crimes, housing, in the first place? I am so grateful that you have put $100 million toward affordable housing, and you know what? In 19 years, we will have built enough affordable housing to get up to where we need it today. 19 years. We need $1 billion in affordable housing, not $100 million. $1 billion is what your government said we needed to build in this city to actually make things affordable. And you know, that sounds like a really big number until you think about the fact that that's 40% of the budget of an ineffective police force that doesn't actually solve the crimes. Because last time you came here and you chose a method that every expert in this room told you was the bad idea. They told you it was a silly idea. They told you it was a stupid idea. And we chose that because cruelty mattered more. We thought cruelty could keep away the people, just like the government thought they could do with Jesus Christ. Instead, I am offering you to join smart and kind and real solutions Put money in affordable housing. Put $1 billion into affordable housing to make Charlotte a place that this little girl can grow up in.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, and then we'll go with Mr. Harlow.
I am Kenny Robinson, founder and executive director of Freedom Fighting Missionaries. Got my notes here today. I don't normally bring no notes, but I don't want to misinterpret nothing. Due to the unstable living conditions, it is difficult to obtain an exact count of the type of temporary housing our McKinney-Vento identified families live in. So I am here for the People's Budget, Freedom Fighting Missionaries, and the 5,200 invisible children currently homeless in Mecklenburg County school systems today. Where last year, McKinney-Vento served 4,815 students. The 22-23 data reported that 502 children lived in shelters, 1,117 lived in hotel motels, 65 were unsheltered, 3,131 lived doubled up, meaning living with others. There were 311 students unaccompanied with no caregiver whatsoever. Most families and youth experience a combination of these arrangements throughout the year. The racial makeup of our families is African American, 3,707, white, 193, Hispanic, 674, multiracial, 193, other race, 43. The needs in our district are obviously great, as evidenced by the number of students and families experiencing a housing crisis. Those numbers represent 76.9% of homeless children in CMS are black, 4% are white. 75% of the people in a detention center are black, 13% are white. Homeless individuals consistently make up 78% of black people, and 97% of the people that our organization serves are black. 70% of FFM clients are single women with 2 or more children. That was the fastest 2 minutes I've seen ever.
I can understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Hey.
City Manager. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Justin Harlow. Since 2021, November, I've had the pleasure, along with Kim Graham, to co-chair your appointed 15-member Neighborhood Equity and Stabilization Commission, also known as the NEST Commission. In those 2.5 years, we've worked hard to try to meet your charge of recommending specific anti-displacement strategies to protect residents at risk of displacement. Reporting quarterly to Dr. Wallington's Committee, Housing, Safety, and Community, I'm here to say that the NEST Commission is thankful to this council and previous councils for taking our recommendations and putting them into the budget and programmatic use investments over the past 2 cycles. We hope the same this year. Last summer, this council adopted our recommended anti-displacement strategy, which led to a subsequent $6 million in programmatic investments, including $1 million into acquisition, rehab, and resale programs, $1 million in accessory dwelling unit support and construction, a double down into House Charlotte and House Charlotte Plus, and $2 million invested to support rehab and NOAA projects specifically for small landlords. In this budget, we commend you, Mr. Manager. The NEST Commission, along with many other advocacy groups, as you've heard, are in support of the $100 million housing bond proposal, and we're confident that the community in Charlotte this November will support that. And we also hope that future debt capacity can support it as well. We are recommending a $25 million carve-out for specific anti-displacement initiatives and strategies. Lastly, we appreciate the inclusion of supporting our NEST recommendation to increase the transit-oriented development fee in lieu rate as a part of the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. Since 2019, that program has generated $17 million, and we believe that this can be an ongoing bucket for a permanent anti-displacement fund. Overall, we're encouraged by the City's Council's reception to our recommendations, and we hope that you adopt this budget with housing and anti-displacement line items as proposed.
Thank you. So Ishmael? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I just want to add one quick point to what Mr. Harlow said. Every single recommendation made by Nest Commission was not adopted. The specific recommendation that the City of Charlotte fund eviction defense and diversion was not adopted. In fact, my understanding is that there's some type of hostility towards the idea that people who are facing eviction should have legal representation. Earlier, we heard from a young lady who's from the Charlotte Hills Mobile Home Park. I will disclose that I am an attorney and I represent tenants in private practice, and I've just settled a case with a tenant at that specific mobile home park. I can tell you that if the tenants at that mobile home park, many of whom are Spanish-speaking and Latino, have representation, there's a much less likelihood that they'll be displaced. And I'm saying that as a person, can't talk about the settlement, but has seen the inner workings of Charlotte Hills Mobile Home Park. Legal defense keeps people, particularly black people, black women, housed. It is a direct form of intervention. It's no different than the Housing Trust Fund. It's no different than rental assistance. It's no different than building affordable housing. There's no reason for it to be separated. There's no reason for it to not be included in the budget. And I say that as a person that sits on the board of the West Side Community Land Trust. I say that as a person that believes in building cooperative housing. I say that as a person that is committed to affordable housing. However, property rights are enshrined here and are enforced by the law. And what that means is that oftentimes an eviction is the thing that stops somebody from being able to pursue upward economic mobility and opportunities for home ownership. Many of you voted to criminalize homelessness a while back ago. And what we're here today to say is that you have an opportunity to enact a measure that we know through tried and true methods will keep people housed. 85% success rate for legal aid when representing tenants. We have more evictions being filed every day as a direct result of our growth here in Charlotte. And I'm asking you to do the right thing because it's in your power. Thank you.
Our next four speakers are Ricky Woods, Jerome Wagner, Tara Peel, and Jimmy Valusu. Reverend Woods, please start.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, City Manager Jones, and members of the City Council. Tagline for Budget 2025 says advancing opportunities for all. However, the current budget proposal places low-wealth property owners at risk of losing their homes because of taxes or affordability. Whereas I applaud the increase in investment in public safety, it will have very little real impact until our court systems are funded and the district attorney has what he needs to enforce the law, a matter for state government. Those who put themselves in harm's way should not see the persons that they arrest over and over again, endangering public safety and law enforcement, a case that Chief Jennings made just recently. However, this budget is more than public safety. It increases art funding, comes with an added tax. As a member of the city-appointed infusion fund that made funding decisions for the arts over the last 3 years, I oppose this recommendation. Again, low-wealth property owners should not be forced to fund the initiative, whereas actual operations of funding is still in question after funds were withheld from Arts and Science Council, and there is no commitment to equity in the current funding model. The budget includes additional funds for the Housing Trust Fund, which provides opportunities mostly for rental units and not home ownership. Yet the tax increase puts in danger those who currently own their own homes. Last year, the property reval sent almost all of those homes over the average cost used to talk with media and the public of $350,000. Because of location in the Crescent, those values exceed $400,000 and beyond. We are still waiting for the tax increase from the school bonds passed last year, and the council is pondering a possible tax increase for transit in the near future.
Thank you very much. And are you Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner? Please.
Thank you.
begin.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Jerome Wagner. I'm the lead organizer of 350 Charlotte. That is a climate change-focused advocacy group. I also convened the CEAP Accountability Committee for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg climate leaders. Tonight, I'm speaking as an individual. I'll be addressing the proposed budget from the perspective of environmental sustainability, energy use, and climate change mitigation. Kudos to the sustainability staff and the city's executives relative to your national recognitions and rankings. Kudos also for securing the South Davidson Solar Energy Generation Project, especially in view of the collapse of the Olin Creek opportunity. And kudos to City Council for approving that project. And lastly, kudos for securing additional support from the Bloomberg Climate Cities Initiative. In his presentation of this budget to this council, City Manager Jones commented the sustainability and resiliency are now built into the fabric of the city's operations. This is increasingly evident, as is shown in the tabulation for CEAP-specific spending shown on page 288. It shows embedded staff in both CATS and the aviation operation. It also totals almost $50 million for fiscal year 25 for CEAP-related features. I note that that's just 1% or so of the city's overall budget and about 1/10 of the public safety allowance in the budget, but it's still a significant level of spending. I note that there's also one additional headcount in the current forecast for the Sustainability Office, that being for an additional energy coordinator. For that, I thank you. We join the city in looking forward to the securing of the Energy Efficiency Community Block Grant to be applied for solarization and other energy efficiency improvements.
Thank you very much.
Good day.
Ms. Peel?
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, City Manager Jones, and council members. My name is Tara Peel, and I work with Housing Collaborative, a Charlotte nonprofit that makes affordable housing easier to navigate for people who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. I'm here tonight to thank you for considering adding Housing Collaborative as a city financial partner and to share a bit about our work. Housing Collaborative helps people overcome barriers to housing like justice system involvement, prior evictions, or use of a rental subsidy. We do this by removing financial barriers to housing like application fees and deposits, and by building relationships with housing providers to make it easier to work with rental subsidies. We believe that people with lived experience are the most effective at helping others overcome barriers to housing. Over 25% of our team members have experienced incarceration, homelessness, or domestic violence, and they're using their journeys to help others. The households Housing Collaborative assists are referred to us by amazing community partners like Roof Above, Safe Alliance, and Freedom Fighting Missionaries. Over the last year, through the support of the City of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and private funders, we've helped 329 households, including 388 adults and 362 children, to secure permanent housing, including 60 households displaced from J.T. Williams Apartments, Econo Lodge, Economy Inn, and Speedway Inn. We provided security deposit assistance to over 350 households, coordinated over 1,080 housing inspections to help voucher holders move into housing faster. We administered rental subsidies for over 200 households. We added 80 new housing provider partners willing to accept households we refer. And we checked in with our housing provider partners over 1,400 times to support housing retention. Becoming a city financial partner will assure we're able to help even more households next year. We thank you so much for your support of Housing Collaborative and your investment in housing through the increase in the housing bond and investments in preservation through the NOAA housing program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Jimmy Vasilou?
Hello, my name is Jimmy Vasilio, and I'm a member of the Housing Justice Coalition. I'm here tonight to ask you to include a budget line item of $1.8 million for right to counsel or eviction defense in order to match the county's proposed $1.8 million that they'll be partnering with Legal Aid to provide. I also would like to ask you to heed the call of the public workers of UE 150 to include a $25 an hour minimum wage, daily overtime, a 6% raise, a 4% 401k contribution, and ultimately a workers' bill of rights for them. While the city has continually moved towards policies that aim at building more housing, the cost of housing continually climbs as economic development through tax incentives and concessions to corporations takes priority. These giveaways have advanced Charlotte's position as the largest metro area in North Carolina, which has been named by CNBC as the #1 state for business. But what about the workers, specifically the workers of Charlotte? Workers have to deal with the completely defanged NC Division of Occupational Health and Safety, which is understaffed and unable to deal with the hazards that workers face as exemplified by the scaffolding collapse off of Moorhead and the 5-alarm fire at a building site in South Park last year. Both incidents cost workers their lives. Workers have to figure out how to put food on the table in an environment where higher prices are eating into their incomes due to profit-driven inflation. And finally, workers in Charlotte increasingly have to worry about whether or not they have a roof over their head. According to the 2023 State of Housing and Housing Instability and Homelessness Report, 48% of renter households are paying more than 30% of their monthly income towards housing costs. This is a 46% increase since 2012. This housing insecurity, along with the other heightened costs of living without an increase in pay, often forces workers to live in precarious situations. These conditions have led to a 10% increase in the amount of evictions granted since 2019. Many workers are being pushed out due to rising rents.
Thank you.
Support right to counsel. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, April Lewis, Maureen Jalowaski, Tanya Cowens, and Nolan Dom.
All right, good evening, City Council members. My name is April Lewis, and I'm a housing justice organizer here in Charlotte. I stand before you today to advocate for the thousands of residents in our city who are facing the threat of eviction and the devastating consequences that come with it. I want to bring your attention to a specific case that highlights the urgent need for right to counsel in our city. At Randolph Hills, an apartment complex in Grill Heights, residents are being forced to pay back rent as far back as 2019 due to incompetence and negligence of the office staff. These hardworking individuals and families are now facing the possibility of losing their home because of the mistakes that were not their own. This is just one example of the many struggles our residents face when it comes to housing instability. By allocating $1.8 million in the fiscal 2025 budget for right to counsel and eviction defense, you can provide essential legal support to those who are at risk of losing their homes, including the residents of Randolph Hills. This funding would match the county's proposed contributions, demonstrating a united front in the fight against housing instability. Cities like Detroit, Kansas City, and Cleveland have already implemented right to counsel programs, and these results speak for themselves. With success rates of over 80%, these programs have helped tenants maintain their housing or negotiate settlements with their landlords. By keeping residents housed, we can reduce the population relying on shelter services, saving our local government money in the long run. The city has the means to fund right to counsel, with over $5 million in federal ARPA funds earmarked for general anti-displacement costs and over $2.58 million in the 2025 proposed budget of PAYGO funding, including $1 million listed as support public-private partnerships to end and prevent homelessness. We have the resources to make this crucial investment in our community's well-being. I have seen firsthand the devastating impact of evictions on our community. I have witnessed tears, the heartache, and the desperation of those who are fighting to keep a roof over their heads. By providing right to counsel, you can give these individuals and families a fighting chance to stay in their homes and maintain their dignity and build a better future for themselves. I would also like to remind you that evictions...
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, Manager Jones, and members of the council. I'm Maureen Gillespie. I'm a resident of East Charlotte and a very dedicated East Charlotte advocate. And I'm here tonight really to talk about what's missing from the budget, and that is the continued investment in the completion of the Central, Kilbourne, and Norland CNIP. So that actually originated from bonds that came out and were voted for in November of 2014. So this is for sidewalks, it's for protected bike lanes, and it's for improved safety at the intersection of Central and Kilbourne and Norland. So this has been a long-awaited project for the community, and it's been, we're looking at 75-plus years of aging infrastructure in this area. I have been advocating for this East Charlotte connectivity as well as the historic site for gathering for the past 12 years. The project is incomplete. A project that is 10 years behind while new projects are still being considered shows a concerning lack of dedication to the East Charlotte community. Our community and its people, we really do deserve some transparent communication. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Tanya Cowan. Tanya Cowan.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Cowens, and I'm a survivor of an unjust eviction. We do not normally associate surviving with a process. In fact, you really do. The place that was my home became my prison. My slumlord wanted more money, but I wanted heat, a hot shower, and a roof that did not leak. In turn, my slumlord punished me for my needs with displacement. I urge you to consider the addition to the budget that reflects our commitment to justice and fairness, the implementation of a right to counsel eviction protection program. As we confront the sobering reality of rising eviction rates within our community, providing legal representation to the tenants facing eviction is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic investment in the well-being of our city. By ensuring access to legal aid, we empower vulnerable individuals and families to navigate the complexities of the eviction process. Let us not miss the mark with the opportunity to uphold the principles of equity and justice and setting a precedent for compassion and solidarity in Charlotte. Implementing a right to counsel yields several significant benefits: legal equity, prevention of homelessness, financial stability, public health and well-being. It's a cost savings, which is identified as a national best practice and is in practice in Winston-Salem. Fair housing practices, community stability, and resilience. In summary, adding a right to counsel for Charlotte citizens facing eviction not only upholds principles of justice and fairness, but also yields tangible social,
Thank you very much. Mr. Dom?
Thank you to Mayor Lyles and Council. My name is Nolan Dom, and I'm the Programs and Exhibits Manager at the Charlotte Museum of History. I live and work in District 1. I'm here to speak about the proposed arts and culture funding budget for this year, and specifically, I'm here to request that you increase that budget to more than $11 million that is currently allocated. As my boss Terry mentioned earlier, the Charlotte Museum of History does not receive a single dollar in regular public funding, despite being the city's namesake history institution and frequently hosting events for city officials in our space. Therefore, we are asking for sustained funding for operational support and an additional one-time infusion to help us resolve this history of underinvestment. Our funding ask is the same or similar to other history institutions in the city, and as far as we are aware, we are the only major history institution in the city that does not receive public funding. We're located in East Charlotte off of Shamrock Road, one of the city's corridors of opportunity, and we take that very seriously. Our museum is host to the annual African American Heritage Festival, the city's largest. We just hosted the city's largest Earth Day Festival, and we're planning the city's largest Latin American celebration this fall as well. Each of those events sees over 1,000 people at our museum, and we see tens of thousands more at our programs and events. In addition, we're a key educational space in the city. Our campus is located on the historic Alexander home site, the oldest standing home in the county, the newly renovated Salome School, which will be the only place in the city to learn about the history of Rosenwald schools and school segregation. In other words, there is no better place in Charlotte to learn about the city's history, the good and the bad. You've already heard from many people tonight, many speakers, about the history of urban renewal, redlining, and underinvestment that led to many of our city's challenges. Where better place to learn about that than at the Charlotte Museum of History? Without understanding this past, we cannot build a better future. To be clear, this is not a selfish ask. As Terry said, we invest almost every single dollar that we get back into our community through contracting with local businesses, educating local students, paying our staff for their hard work. We know that you all understand the importance of arts and culture investment, and we hope you'll consider funding the museum's arts and
Thank you very much.
museum like the other
Thank you.
museums.
Our next speakers are Maribel McBreth, Rob Nanfeld, Dr. Blanche Penn, Quanta Don Light. Maribel McBeth, thank you.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
And hi, all council people. My name is Maribel McBeth. I'm a cabin cleaner at the Charlotte Airport, where I have worked for 11 years. I am one of the essential workers who keep the airport running while being the least appreciated. I make $16.50 an hour, and I pay for my health insurance. This is not enough, not in this economy. Less than a year ago, my rent went up, and I had to move out of my apartment because I could no longer afford it. I had to go to a hotel. According to the 2023 State of Housing Instability and Homelessness, 103,239 of renter households, that's 48%, were paying more than 30% of their monthly income to our housing costs. This is an increase of 46% since 2012. I was finally able to find an apartment. Studies have proven that local governments with right to counsel save money that would otherwise go to shelter costs due to reducing the population relying on those services by keeping residents facing eviction housed. As a Charlotte Airport service worker, it is hard to survive in the city making the low wages they pay. We shouldn't have to worry about not being able to pay the rent and being evicted with no right to counsel when we are working hard every day. Thank you.
Mr. Nanfeld, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of council, and city manager. I'm Rob Nanfeld. I'm the executive director of REBIC. REBIC is the Real Estate and Building Industry Coalition. And as a refresher, our members work with businesses to locate here or expand. They help them find locations. Our members develop land and build the homes to house those workers. Our members help those employees make the biggest investment they're likely to make in their entire lives. And they also help if they're looking for a rental home as well. That's who REBIC is. A couple of things in the budget I just wanted to touch on. First, as it relates to the property tax increase. Property tax increases are not enjoyable for anyone. It's been a little while, so perhaps there's a need at this point. But I would encourage you, and as you make this point, make sure the community understands that this is likely the first in a cycle of these. The county is going to do the same thing shortly, and I think communicating that message to the community, making sure they understand the long-range plan, and doing it once makes a lot of sense, and I would encourage you strongly to do that. Make sure you have a concise plan that they understand. So that's number one. Number two, as it relates to the $100 million in the trust fund, that's doubling of the current amount. We encourage you to go back and look and see how that $50 million right now is being spent. Is that being spent to your expectation? Are the outcomes which you're looking for? If you are going to double that, and it looks like you are at this point, how about part of that being set aside for things like down payment assistance? So those folks that are right on the cusp of being able to afford a home have that little extra help. And then perhaps educational opportunities, especially in the trades. Folks, there are jobs in the trades that are very well paying, and I don't think enough is done to point folks in that direction. So I just strongly encourage you to do that. Finally, the last point is,
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Penn?
I was about to say it. Oh, my goodness. Dr. Blanche Penn, I'm here also for the people budget. But for me, when we cry, do y'all listen? Now, y'all sit back and eat your little chips and drink your little sodas, but are you listening? Maya Angelou is one of my favorite person with a poem, but I have a poem for you, because it says, say it with me now. This is my poem I just made up for you. To move beyond the block into housing now. Say it with me. Safe space for homelessness. Say it now. Now. Support the people budget. Say it now. You got the 4% 401 contribution. Say it with me now. 6% raise. Say it with me now. Working Bill of Rights. Say it with me now. Double daily overtime. Say it with me now. $25 minimum wages. Y'all can't say that with me now? What you need to do is say it with me now. Because if you don't say it with me now, the people will say it to you. So you need to sit back and relax like you're doing. And you might sit there and already made up your mind. But you see that word, the city of Charlotte? You got to say it with me now. Because right now, it is about the people. Remember, they put you in those seats. It's the people. The same way Brown said several times, the word that you use, say it with, you didn't say this word, but the other word that you used 3 or 4 times, I'm saying it now. Say it with me now. Say it with me now. The people's budget. Yes.
Quanta Don Light and Jordan Lopez, Diana Martinez, and Jennifer Volmer, our next speakers. I think Quanta Don Light. Is she here? All right, sorry. Jordan Lopez.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, council members, and City Manager Jones. Thank you all for your service and for making it this far through public hearing. My name is Jordan Lopez, and while I wear many hats throughout this community, tonight I'm here as an East Charlotte neighbor and resident. I'm here to ask for each of your support in fully funding the Central Kilbourne Eastway Comprehensive Neighborhood Investment Project that was approved by voters in 2014 and is still unfinished. One of my neighbors has already went, and another will come next, but I'm here to lift up this concern and to echo their concerns, to the fact that this project would directly impact thousands of residents in the immediate area, creating a new and safer way to access recreational amenities in the area such as Kilbourne Park or the Evergreen Nature Preserve, improve safety for Eastway middle school students who walk or bike to school, and the general safety of pedestrians in an area that already sees a concentration of pedestrian incidents with pedestrians and bicyclists. Additionally, this allows for greater access and visibility to the commercial district along Central Avenue that is home to many small minority-owned businesses that is truly the heartbeat of East Charlotte. This project is long overdue and would have an immediate and lasting impact on our community, and we hope that we can see it fully funded and completed before taking on new projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Martinez.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Diana Martinez, a resident of Shannon Park in East Charlotte, speaking to the proposed property tax increase that will fund, among other items, capital improvement projects. In 2001, when I was 1 year old and not yet United States of America, the East Side Strategy Plan called for the bicycle and pedestrian connection to link the commercial area of Central Avenue to the Evergreen Nature Preserve in 2014. In 2014, when I was a freshman in Garinger High School, the Central Kilbourne Norland intersection and roadway upgrade project was selected as one of the projects to move forward as part of the 20 million CNIP approved by voters. Today, this project continues to be on hold, and I am now 23, while other bike pedestrian projects in other parts of our city, such as South Park, CNIP, and the Matheson Avenue Bridge, for example, are seemingly prioritized. I am here tonight to ask this question in regards to the proposed property tax increase. How can our residents trust that the city will apply an equitable lens to capital improvement projects when the city cannot commit to the finishing the projects that were put on the books a decade ago? Thank you.
Jennifer Ballmer.
Fair enough.
Mr. Jones, fund the project.
They just can't be trusted anywhere.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really here to see Councilwoman Tijuana Brown up on the dais. I was so happy to see her elected. I want to say I just think she's a treasure to the city. And I heard that she's been having a pretty rough time being on city council. People are being kind of mean to her. So stop doing that, y'all. She's really important. I mean, the voice of somebody with a lived experience on the city council, that's amazing. That's national news. Thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for putting up with all the crap that I hear you've been getting. Just thank you. Thank you for running and being there. Like, we need more people with the lived experience up there. The second thing I want to say is shame on the City 7. Y'all passing these regressive ordinances that have led to chaos in my life, but definitely incredible harm to homeless people. I'm here because I'm with the Black People's Community Justice Center, and what we do is we help people who have, especially people who have never been, which means a lot of really young people, like 18, 19, 20-year-olds, navigate criminal cases through our courthouse. That's what I do. We have a big hearing on Friday if anybody wants to come and do court support. The other thing I want to say, and I hope all 7 of you that voted for those ordinances, I hope all 7 of you get replaced. I hope we just elect you right off the board, right off the council. That was disgusting. We've been through this. We've been through this so many times. Y'all know that's regressive. Y'all know it's not going to work. I hope all 7 of you get replaced. I'm here to support the people's budget.
Thank you. That is the end of our speakers on the budget for this evening. Thank you all that came early, those that have stayed late, those that are still watching. We appreciate everything that you provided to us as information. The next steps are the council will begin to continue to work through this budget with having the message. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, do I have any? I know, I'm going to do that in a minute. Sorry, I was just saying to all of you that have been here and stayed with us and expressed what the people wanted to hit, what you wanted to make sure that we saw and heard, that we are grateful to have this kind of participation in our community. And so with that, I'd like to have a motion to close the public hearing on the City Council budget. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much for the opportunity to work with you. We now have a public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of 2 alleyways between Heath Court and Hawthorne Lane. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk? We do not.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close, and is there a motion to adopt a resolution and close the portion?
Adopt and close.
Second.
Adopt and close. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed?
Wait, we went through that rather quickly. For agenda item number 8, I see where Councilmember Anderson had responded to a constituent who has questions regarding the T-shaped alleyway and the abandonment of the portion being identified tonight for closure, which is, tonight's just the public hearing on it, but we do have, I have a older constituent that's not necessarily as comfortable with internet that reached out and just, even though tonight is the hearing, this is the only time for them to actually speak to either this or the next item that we have for the public hearing. Mayor, just as an aside, a question, outside of being in person, since we have elders that aren't comfortable driving at night and utilizing the internet, can you identify or suggest other ways for those in our community that's finding some challenges, that have questions regarding some of these either openings or closings in their dead-end streets or in their neighborhoods?
I'm going to probably ask our attorney or our real estate person, but usually these are advertised in advance, and I think that they may be on, as well on.
Mainly online. They're mainly advertised online.
Mainly advertised online, but we also have the public hearing that we read, and I believe that there's contact made. In this case, am I talking about the one that's over on East Boulevard?
No.
This is not the one that Colin Brown had, right? No. This is another one, so Heath Court and Hawthorne Lane. I think that if there's a way to recognize, or how do they receive notice of closing of public spaces, or basically land that we are abandoning.
And
I will tell
according
you,
to the email
I've
that was
always
sent to
asked-
all of us.
Debbie is going to come up and talk about how they're notified and who is notified and how.
And that's the challenge, Mayor, because according to the email that was sent to all of us, we would like to point out that contrary to the statement published in the resolution to close, no letters were sent to property owners who own parcels along this T-shaped alleyway. In addition, this alley closing as presented is contrary to the public interest, and the property owners in the vicinity of the alleyway would be deprived of reasonable means of egress and ingress as required per statute 160A Apple-299. So we received the email to all of council that's specifically addressing, and it's not the first time that we've had residents to share that no, they did not receive notification.
All right, so how do we get them notified, Debbie, and how?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Debbie Smith with Charlotte Department of Transportation. And we notify in a couple of ways. One is we publish a notification in the Mecklenburg Times to be able to notify people of that. But in addition to that, we notify the people that are directly adjacent to the property. And in addition to that, we post very visible signage, which has information where you can contact us if anyone has questions, and we can reach out directly to them in that way.
So is the letter sent by certified mail or just regular mail?
It is sent by certified mail directly to the adjacent property owners. And like I said, we also notify them with that signage out on the street, visible for everyone
And
to
the
see.
signage is visible, connected to
Visible,
a
prominent
location?
Correct, yes.
And again, Mayor, just for clarification and for transparency, because we all received the email that clearly stated that that is not what happened. And that is not the first time that we've had constituents reach out saying, no, we did not receive any information. And even I think about the notifications that I receive in the mail, most of the correspondence is via Zoom. One of the biggest challenges with that is, one, everyone that's on that Zoom call, it is not easily seen. The Zoom calls are closed, so when individuals may ask a question, that question is not seen by everyone as if we would do in a group meeting, the way before we went to Zoom for everything. In that public meeting, everyone would hear the question. There will be consistency. That is not what's happening in some of the meetings. So the council's already moved forward. They're going to close it. I just want to make sure I'm bringing to the space that we did have a constituent reach out to all of us, sharing concerns, saying they did not receive information, but also sharing that others have reached out because our current process of a lot of our petitioners, whether it's city or a developer, are moving towards Zoom versus the in-person option, and that Zoom is limiting the voices of our constituents.
I don't know whether the law requires us to use certified mail, and I also know that if you're like me, you may not open your mailbox for a while, and that may come, and so I think the question is, I don't know if there's Zoom, do you do Zoom meetings for, I don't think
Mayor,
we
we
do
do
Zoom
not.
meetings for
Yes.
these openings and closings for the alleyways. So I think what we're looking at is the certified mail required by law?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And it's sent out, and I don't know whether or not people get their mail or not. I mean, a lot of people just don't have that opportunity. I think what Ms. Mayfield is saying is there another way that would be more of an assurance besides the older way that we've been doing it. So we
Yeah,
could
we'd
take
be
a look
happy
into
to
that
investigate,
and see what we're doing. But I know we have to do the certified mail, and I know the signage is up and available in the neighborhood, but I also understand that not everybody sees everything the same way, okay? So Debbie, if you guys could think about that, I think we've already gotten an approval for this one on item 8. So, Ms. Johnson, did you?
Yeah, thank you. This is the second or third time we've heard, or we've heard that residents aren't receiving the notice. We're using a newspaper that maybe enough people aren't reading. Is there a way that this can be posted in the Observer?
Ms. Johnson, we'd be happy to investigate that. The Mecklenburg Times has been one that we have used historically for just such a long period of time. And, it's fairly cost-effective for us to do that, but we can certainly investigate another means necessary,
Or
absolutely.
even social media or something, so that, and then, Councilmember Mayfield, you talked about individuals not being able to maybe drive at night to come to the meetings. I will tell you that previous councils, we had virtual council meetings where the public could speak, and they were actually council meetings. So there was a council that overturned that, but there is a way to manage and allow residents to be able to participate in council meetings. Thank you.
So I agree with the Mecklenburg Times. It's pretty much a real estate and legal document. That's where you find out who didn't pay their taxes and whether or not you can bid on their houses or not. So I think that there is some opportunity that we could perhaps determine. I know it will be more expensive with the Observer, and I don't know that the Observer is really able or any different. So I think we need to give this some thought and would ask the staff to come back and give us some information about what you think works best in this situation. So I'm going to go back to the next item. We've had the vote. We have to vote for the item number 9, a public hearing proposed. I thought we already had, Madam Clerk, did we have the vote for item 8, the public hearing? That was approved. No? All right, so we now have a public hearing. I think that I heard Mr. Bakari open and
I seconded it. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Driggs, adopt a resolution and close the portion of the 2 alleyways between Heath Court and Hawthorne Lane. So this is number 8.
Okay.
Item number 8. So all in favor of item number 8, please raise your hands. All right, anyone opposed? One opposed. All right, now we'll go to item number 9, which is we've had the public hearing, operating budget. I think that we have the speakers, so that's all done. So the next item is the city manager's report.
No report.
No report. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you so much. Okay, the next item is item number 11. This is a policy item for the Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee term length. Councilmember Mitchell worked with this, and for item number 11, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to approve extending the times to 3 years. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? All right, next item. Our next item is to our business agenda, and the item 12 is there a motion to adopt the resolutions authorizing staff to proceed with the necessary actions to conduct a general obligation bond referendum on November 5th, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Was that an opposition, Ms. Watlington? Okay, thank you. The next item is item 13. Again, adopt an initial finding resolution authorizing refunding of existing outstanding GO bonds, Series 2014A, not to exceed $70 million, authorizing city officials to take the necessary actions to complete the financing and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $70 million to the municipal services debt
Approve A,
fund.
B, and C.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, that passes. Item 14, water sewer revenue bonds and revenue bond anticipation note. Adopt a bond orders and resolution authorizing and approving issuance of water sewer revenue bonds and bond anticipation note calling for the execution and delivery of various documents necessary to complete the sale. Provide for the issuance of water and sewer revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $610 million to refund outstanding 2022 bond anticipation notes, and provide for issuance of water sewer revenue bond anticipation notes in the amount not to exceed $500 million. Adopt a budget ordinance.
A, B, C, and D.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Any questions? All in favor of the item, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. The next item is for a naturally occurring affordable housing preservation support request for item 15 to approve $1 million housing opportunities for persons with HIV and AIDS from how do you say it?
Hopwa. Yeah,
Hopwa. Allocation to Pineville NOAA LLC, an affiliate of Ascent Real Estate Capital for rehabilitation of Ascent Pineville Apartments, authorizing the manager to negotiate, execute the contracts as needed to complete this transaction. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? With that?
Wait, there's one.
All right,
two.
Mr. Bakari and Mr. Driggs, you're opposed? Thank you very much. And now, we will go to appointments.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I was stepped out. Can the record show that I was opposed to the last one, too?
Nope. No, because you're not on the winning side of the vote.
Well, it doesn't matter. Clearly ain't going to change anything y'all are going to do. It's for my own mental
Sorry, on
state.
the last one,
The affordable housing.
What happens when you
one.
step away?
that we just finished that one.
I'm one of the nice ones to you.
I'm sorry.
When you step away.
You voted no already.
No, but there was one before it, too. Oh, this is the next
This
one?
is the
Got
other
it, check,
one. I
sorry.
don't think there was another
Lost
one.
track.
Okay.
I still have
Now
a chance
we're-
to vote no.
Mr. Driggs, it's federal money.
All right, we are now going into appointments to the, there are a lot of nominations today. Madam Clerk,
A lot of nominations.
a lot of nominations. So we're having, tonight, the City Council will make an appointment to the Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Board. Council members vote by ballot. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Bring those back. There were tie votes, so we will bring that back to you on the, at the next regular business meeting. There are others going on into nominations that receive 6 or more nominations and can be appointed upon the motion, a vote, a second and a vote.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you go through those that receive 6 or more votes and the board that they, or commission that they are appointed or
Yes, ma'am.
recommended for?
For the Beckler Arts Foundation Board, Sam Spencer received 7 nominations. For the Business Advisory Committee, John Giglio received 9 nominations. For the Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee, a recommendation from the Black Chamber of Commerce, Marjorie Briffield received 9 nominations. Recommendation from the Carolinas Asian American Chamber of Commerce, Monica Quemen received 9 nominations. And from the Metrolina Minority Contractors Association, Zahn Patton received 9 nominations. For the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Access, we will bring that back to you at a future meeting. For the Charlotte Neighborhood Equity and Stabilization Committee, we will also bring that back to you at your next meeting. For the Civil Service Board, Sheila Etheridge, an incumbent, received 7 nominations. Chad Hewlett received 8 nominations. Nicholas Peach received 8 nominations. And Catherine Susie Taylor received 9 nominations. For the Community Relations Committee, the following persons received 6 or more. Monica Quemmen received 8 nominations. Tara Peel received 8 nominations. And Catherine Susie Taylor received 9 nominations. For the Historic District Commission, there are no applications for a resident owner of Fourth Ward, and there are no applications for a resident owner of Hermitage Court. For the Keep Charlotte Beautiful Committee, the incumbent Michael Davis received 9 nominations. For also Grace Few, an incumbent, received 9 nominations. Jacqueline Roseborough received 8 nominations. The incumbent Adalberto Torres received 9 nominations. Elizabeth Weinberger received 9 nominations, as did Krista Utes. For the Neighborhood Matching Grants Fund, Letitia Hensley received 9 nominations. There are no applications for the Passenger Vehicle for Hire at this time. And finally, for the Transit Services Advisory Committee, Edward Jernigan received 8 nominations.
Move to appoint all with 6 or more votes.
All right, we have a motion for appointment of those that have received the appropriate number of votes or recommendations. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. One of the boards, a former employee had applied for one of the boards and was told that they were not eligible because they were a former city employee. And I wanted to know about that policy. Is that the policy for all of the boards or just specific boards?
No, ma'am. As I mentioned, it's only for the Civil Service Board and the Citizens Review Board. No current or former employees are eligible for consideration, nor are the parents, spouses, or immediate family members of police officers or firefighters eligible to be appointed to either of those boards. Those are the only 2 that have those as qualifiers.
So Citizens Review Board and the Civil
Service Board.
Now, you
yes.
said current or former, so current employees are allowed to serve on boards?
In some instances, maybe. It depends on the board and their particular position. I don't know that we have any current city employees serving on any boards, but I believe we have had, with the approval of their department head.
I just wanted clarification. Okay, thank you.
All right.
All those in favor?
We need to have a motion. We have a motion. All in favor of of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed to it?
Could I please
Yes.
be recorded for business agenda item 12 as opposed, the GO bond referendum, please? You can definitely do that.
No, you can't.
Yeah, don't make me ask Mr. Baker.
Well, go ahead next.
Mr. Baker, in the same meeting, can someone change the vote?
Yeah.
If they're not on the winning side, they can't recall it.
You're not asking to reconsider the vote. I am not aware of a policy that you have that allows you to change a vote that's already been recorded, but you can state on the record what you have.
I, on the record,
that you're-
absolutely,
That you didn't,
without equivocation, while I stepped out to use the bathroom, didn't get a chance to be alone voiced against a $100 million affordable housing bond for referendum. So I'm opposing it, and if someone digs that deep into the records 10 years from now,
Supposedly he wants 200
watch
million.
this, they can see it.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Great.
Thank you very much for the
My pleasure.
workaround.
My pleasure.
I appreciate
Yes,
that.
I'm sure we're all pleased
right,
with
do
what
I
I
have
just
a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And all approved. Thank you, everyone.
Adjourn it? I'm opposing adjournment.
Dr. Watley.